Hey, everybody. We back. Uh, thanks all for being here. Um, Hello, Dingus Jesus. Thank you for the Bible verse. Hello, GOP, I never know how to pronounce your name. But thanks for being here. Captain A. Jones, yo, Celador. Uh, Apparently, nice to see the people in chat. Gazine Apper, thanks for being around. Ba, ba, ba. And that's it. Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for being on. I really appreciate it. All right, we're gonna have our Reverie roundtable in just a second. So let's jump into it. Um, Hello, Hill Arias. Thanks for being around. Let's started. Um, um, yeah. One moment. Just getting ourselves set up. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's jump into it. Let's jump into the Discord and move forward for there. All right. Hey y'all. Thanks for being here. You're on stream now. I'm gonna move you to the private room.
Alrighty.
Uh, Thanks all for stopping by. Please talk about literally anything while we get set up.
Calm down, Prime. You sound a little too excited here.
No, I just love running a panel show. It's so great. I love it. It's amazing every week. A new adventure.
Always a new adventure. Hell yeah. Yeah, we were talking about some of the questions beforehand because I found this week's to be pretty spicy, pretty interesting.
I'm super excited. I think it's interesting as well as an international observer, thinking about a lot of these questions, particularly question 2 and actually all of the questions.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Excellent. Got you all here.
Joe, if you could come to the whereby.
Sorry, knocking now.
Cool.
Okay.
Prime, have you had a good day?
It was, and then I forgot that I'm running a panel show, and so anyway.
Dude, you could take a day off.
No, I literally can't. I gotta need
Fuck
money.
these people. They watch you every day. You could take a day off.
I would say, while I respect that effort, I understand, dude. Taking a couple days off as a streamer is like, yikes. That is like, you wanna kill your growth. That's how you do it.
Exactly. That's exactly how you do that.
Growth at what cost? It's growth at your sanity.
Well, yeah. Well, this is also like trying to take a day off, right? Like from work.
Yeah.
Good job.
Hey, bro, why don't you just take a day off? Because I need money.
You guys have never just called into work to play hooky?
Hell no.
No.
This is my first job.
Liar.
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
I've never done that.
Damn, this is your first job?
Yeah, that's my first job. Yeah.
Oh.
What job is that?
Doing Twitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
sure. No, I wasn't sure if you considered it a job. I didn't know you considered it a job, but
no, just at this point I'm putting in enough hours that like I just considered it a part-time job.
Okay, fair enough.
Man, I'm one of those people who like I go back and forth on that whole bad attitude where it's like bad things happen to me, so they have to happen to you too. Because I really genuinely feel that like spending a few years in the service industry and like picking up basically being a janitor for a living, along with, serving food, obviously, but most of the hard work of the service industry is janitorial. Doing that for a few years is like incredibly character building in a way that really doesn't hurt anybody, But Polar, on that note, I am very glad for you that your first experience with a job is Twitch.
Nah, it's fun. I mean, I get to somewhat choose my own hours. I'm making a little bit of money, so that's something cool about that.
Hey, congrats on the Georgia thing, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it was pretty cool. It was cool. It was fun to be down there. Fun to do all that kind of stuff. Just to see some change.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good work.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here. We might as well get started. This is all that will be here for this this particular panel. Anyway, thank you all for being around. This is the Reverie Roundtable, Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Really appreciate all the fine guests who have joined me for today. So we'll get started by introducing them. Start with my good friend, Polar's World. Polar's World, thank you for being here. Thanks for being an illustrious mod, helping out the channel. Polar, tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, so yeah, my name is World. I have to make this very clear from now because apparently some people didn't know this. I'm 17. I'm a minor. Okay, make sure that you're careful when you direct insults at me, especially on specific ones. I'm also the #1 drama streamer on Twitch so far. Everything that I say is true. I leak all the DMs, all the drama, 100%. None of it is ever clickbait, 24/7, all that good stuff. But no, thanks, Brian, for letting me on. Reverie is always fun. Good to see some new faces on here that I really get to talk to.
Yeah.
Nice.
Next is someone who's been around the channel for quite a bit, but I don't remember if you've been here on Reverie before. Know Nothing. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah. Have you ever been on Reverie before?
Yeah, I've been on here at least 1 or 2 times.
Yeah. Sorry, we've done a lot of these.
No, it's been a while, and you have panels every day. I get it.
Yeah. But Know Nothing. First of all, I can see you like more clear than I've ever seen you before. Like usually you seem to be like in shadow. You got like better lighting now. I don't know.
I got a new cam.
Okay, great. Yeah, you're a handsome person. It's good that we can actually see your features. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, sure. I'm Know Nothing. I mostly am on Twitter, where I just like posting and arguing with people. And on Twitch, I also stream once in a while, but mostly just go on other people's streams to talk to them. And I like to talk and learn. So looking forward.
Okay, thanks so much. All right. Next, we have a VIP here. All right, person. They know who I'm gonna say, right? Raise your hand if you know who I'm gonna introduce. Come on. There we go. There we go. Counter points. Back at it once again.
That's sweet. I thought, I mean, I have so many people around me that are really good. I didn't know if I was actually going to be the one.
So you
I mean, Silly Serious kicked all our asses a couple of weeks ago. So, I mean, like, I don't know. But yeah, might be going down in the world.
So happy to have you, though. Counterpoints, thank you for coming through and always being so willing to stop by, share your time with the community. Tell the world about yourself.
Yeah, so my name's Connor. I consider myself center-right politically. I do have chud takes every now and then. I know I seem very sensible most of the time, and then I infuriate lefties. That's kind of my brand, is I seem really, really cool until I'm not. You can find me on Twitter at ConnorPoints, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS. And then if you want to find me on YouTube, I am very quickly growing. We've only been doing it about a year, just broke like 3,500 subs. I do accept hate subscriptions. So even if you never watch any of my content, you're like, this guy's a fucking asshole, but I want to see him grow so I can see him fight other people, then I accept that as well. So come on by.
All right. Yes. Haters welcome. I love it. Next, we have very special guest, one in which has terrorized this channel for quite a long time. But despite that, the people love him. And so he's back one more time. DB, thank you for coming through. DB, really appreciate you stopping by once again and being such an active member of the community. DB, tell the world about yourself.
I run the Discord server called Politics.
Discord. Mute yourself and whereby.
Is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
What is that me? 1 sec. Oh, one sec. Weird. Okay. So I run the Discord server called Politics. The largest political Discord server on the Discord platform so far as aware. As I'm aware. Yeah, discord.gg/politics. I am not really married to any political ideologies, but I know that I tend to make people on here upset for some reason. And I guess they're just not as reasonable as I am. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on. Yeah, yes, exclamation point do be in chat to get to discord.gg/politics. You will have an interesting experience over there. So check it out. Next, we have a person who's been an all-star over at the Amazon Lily roundtable, right? But is here to join us, and we're so happy. Johnny Scarlett, thank you for being back. Really appreciate you, friend. Always love having you around. Johnny Scarlett, I thank you for joining us. Tell a little about yourself.
Thank you for having me, Prime. Yeah, you might have seen me on the Amazon Lily Roundtable already. I've been on those several times, but I'm Johnny, and I do a lot of things here on Twitch. Today, in particular, was a politics day, so we looked at, we sort of analyzed and tried to find reasons for why different news sites have all of the really important stuff covered up at the bottom of their front pages. CNN Today in particular was just plastered with Trump stuff, even though there was a school shooting in Arkansas. So we look at that sort of thing, we talk about it, and we discuss a lot of things: philosophy, politics, art. It's a fun time.
Absolutely, everyone go check Giant Scarlet out. Thank you for being here, friend. Next, we have person keeps changing their fucking names. Anyway, LSP has their actual name, Liberal Sanity Project. Thanks for coming back. You were on with us during the Royale. That was a lot of fun having you there. And you've decided to stop by here on the Reverie when we absolutely needed you. So it was kind of you for you to share more of your time with my channel, my community. LSP, tell the world about yourself.
Hi, I'm LSP. I'm the proud 9th runner-up on the Prime Kai Royale. I do liberal politics, and my content is sort of okay, so check it out on YouTube, I guess.
Okay, let's make it clear. Well, he was 9th out of 11, all right? So not too bad, not too shabby, if I say so myself.
I got last place. I thought there was like 9 people. I guess that would be 10th runner-up, right? But
okay, well...
I'll repeat what I told Spectre. I wasn't expecting to win, but I wasn't expecting to get last place either.
No,
that kind of hurt my ego.
No, it's fine. It's no big deal. But we were happy to have you, and we'd love to have you to come back and to defend your honor, to show the world that you can do much better than that, and me much harder. That'd probably help, honestly. But thank you so much for being here. Okay. Last but absolutely not least, last but absolutely first to my heart, we have one of my favorite people. Excuse me. My absolutely favorite person in the world, here with us once again, all right? The former stream queen, but really always the stream queen. We have Joe, the Silly Serious. Joe, thank you for being back here. Oh, Joe, actually, well, this is your first time on the Reverie, right? Back in my community, yes, but first time on the Reverie. It's a travesty that we've finally corrected. Joe, let the world know how amazing you are.
Hi guys. No, I'm Joe. I do philosophy mostly. I am interested in politics as well. God, talking about yourself is difficult. I I stream occasionally. I streamed like twice last week, which is like a record. So yeah. I like language a lot too. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, Prime. I'll do better in like the responses to the questions.
Sorry. Sorry, distracted by my DMs. All right. Yes. But that was. She is great for all kinds of reasons, not her intros. But as always, very much appreciated. Joe helps out. She is integral in putting together Amazon Lily, and is a co-host there and does it very well. And She impressed me every week, and now she's here to impress you on this day. All right, so we're excited. We're jumping into it. Let's go to the first question. I had it up in front of me, but now it's not up in front of me. Okay, topic 1. Biden ordered airstrikes on targets in Syria last Thursday. Reportedly, these were in retaliation for rocket attacks on U.S. targets within Iraq. Were these attacks proportionate and defensive, as the Pentagon says? Is this the beginning of yet another president's Middle East imperial adventurism? Should the U.S. have found another way to respond to these attacks? Or are these offensives and counteroffensives inevitable with a military footprint in the area? Okay, so we'll get started with Polar, a minute-long introduction. Go ahead.
Yeah, whenever it comes to any form of foreign policy, there's always going to be a lot of misinformation that goes around. I mean, even now, currently, when it comes to the casualties of this, there seems to be a little bit of uncertainty. I think the Pentagon initially came out, or I may be switching this, initially came out and said that they'd only eliminated what was it? They had only eliminated specific Iranian militia backers, but then that may not be the case. I may be wrong on that specific point. But even when it comes to like the usefulness of drone strikes, like, oh, I'm just very excited to see where this conversation goes. Do I think it was proportional? That's pretty tough because a lot of the information that we get is somewhat classified when it comes to like what the Iranian government is doing, and that allows for the federal government to do things that the public doesn't necessarily have the full scope of understanding, and then we only get like fed tidbits. So I would say that I'd probably want to wait for a little bit more information to come out on this, or like there seems to be a clear consensus on this.
All right, thank you so much. Next, Know Nothing.
Yeah, foreign policy is really complicated, and it's especially tough when you don't have all the information, as Polar said. Most of it's going to be kept classified for now. But from what I've been able to read, Biden was given several options of how to respond to the attack on the U.S. military bases, and he chose like the middle option. And as someone who's generally very pacifist and wants us to be as little involved as possible, that strikes me as maybe I would have preferred he did as something a bit less harsh, but it's not like he did anything crazy. It was a generally could be called a proportionate response. I think the biggest question really is, did he brief Congress? A lot of people complained that he didn't. And was it actually legal of him to do? It seemed like he cited the Defense Act that we used in the war in Iraq from 2001 or something. So that seems like it was a bit off base. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I'm interested to talk more about it.
Thanks so much. Okay. Next, we have counterpoints. Counterpoints. Up to you what you have to say.
Yeah. So generally speaking, we kind of need to shit or get off the pot, and we need like an articulable and sensible policy in the region. I'm not saying that we need to reinvade or we need to commit more troops or anything like that, but we need to have an articulable policy. So right now, it seems like if you actually looked at American military interventionism, it would be tied to energy security, basically oil, gas, all that kind of stuff, protecting Saudi Arabia, protecting Kuwait, all that kind of shit. And it seems like that's wildly unpopular on the domestic front. Part of the reason why I think it's wildly unpopular is because we don't articulate why we actually do the things that we do. And we don't do the things that we do because of democracy or because of freedom or because they hate us for our French fries and our strippers and our porn. It's probably because we're in their countries blowing shit up so we can maintain some level of energy security and so we can deny energy to our geopolitical rivals. I'm not saying that you can't wrap up democracy or positive ends into these politics, but we need to articulate what the fuck we're doing and how we're going to do it, because it seems like we've just been waffling forever. And I'll yield for now.
Thanks so much. Next, Doobie.
I actually was a little confused about. I guess these topics would be spicy, but this seems pretty tame to me. I don't see how this is a problem to anybody. I mean, this was they attacked some of our interests. We killed them. That's it. Like, I don't see why anybody would be upset with Biden over this. Whether or not it's proportional, no. I think we should probably do more. That's about it. It seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't know what the problem would be here.
Thank you for bringing the more homicidal view into this. Really appreciate it. It has been
Just wait till you
represented.
get to me, Prime.
Oh boy, wonderful. Next, but Johnny Scarlet, please bring sanity and peace back to my chat, please.
I shall, I think. So the something that we need to establish here is that this was an attack on Iranian-backed militias that were in Syria. This was not an attack on Syria. However, who is Syria's backer? Russia. So the two main things that we need to think about in this particular instance are, number one, Biden has completely shifted his administration and America's overall top 10 things that we want to do. He has completely shifted peace in the Middle East out of the top 3. However, in the top 3 now is our relations and how well we go up against Russia and China. Also, this, assuming Biden's continued support for the USA's reentry into the Iran nuclear deal, this is also most likely a show of firm force that is pertaining to the Biden administration's control over its relations within the overall region. Russia, which is obviously Syria's backer, was notified, but it was notified just 5 minutes before. So I think overall this is a very purposeful show of force, and it is particularly backhanded at Russia and front-handed at Iran because we want to show force into and push them back into the nuclear deal. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Next, we will go to LSP. LSP, thanks for being around.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Basically, what we need is a big ass fucking nuke. We need a big ass fucking nuke on Syria. We need a big ass. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Part of the question here is proportionality, which I think you guys are using as a generalized way, but it actually has like a definition. It's a legal distinction for war, right? Like, is what you are striking necessary to achieve your aims, and are you doing it with the minimum amount of force necessary to achieve that aims? So, for example, if you knew that Osama bin Laden, somebody you want to kill, was hiding in a dugout and somewhere in Tahrir Square, and I don't know why I'd say Tahrir Square, but like, let's say that's the case. You can't just nuke the whole fucking city, right? That violates proportionality, right? You have to make an attack with as minimum amount of force that is necessary to accomplish your goal without being excessive, right? And this attack definitely does it. This was a very targeted drone strike, which, as far as I know, has one fatality against a munitions depot of a terrorist group, Katib Hezbollah, in retaliation for them launching a rocket attack against us, which killed an American contractor. I don't understand how people have an issue with this. I'm very much with Doobie on this.
Okay, awesome. Wonderful. Joe.
And I was kidding about the nuke thing.
Joe, explain to them why they're all wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a big issue with LSP and Doobie's point. Firstly, we're not in war. Well, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying we. I'm not American. Firstly, there is no need to bring proportionality into it because it is not a war. These are Iranian-funded Iraqi militia. There is a reason that there has been no attacks within Iraq because Khadimi, who is a Western-backed, British-backed prime minister in Iraq, needs those votes to retain office. Now, Biden made a promise when he ran for office that he would prioritize diplomacy over military action. In regard to the Iran nuclear deal, this makes absolutely no sense because Iran has been very clear about how the militia are to act in Syria until they can understand how this new administration is going to treat Iran. Also, the Iran nuclear deal is something that the EU really takes part in, and America flexing like this damages the ability to move the Iran nuclear deal forward. It doesn't make America's case stronger. It means that Iran is less likely to agree to any sort of nuclear deal. Proportionality, you say one person, there are reports of 22. You also have to remember, and Johnny did a really good job of bringing this up, that in situations like Iraq, which has been completely shattered over 2 decades of US war making in the area, you have a stable state. The issues in Western Iraq have flown into Eastern Syria and destabilize that state. There are so many actors that what ends up happening is when groups like Iran and the US and Russia have proxy wars, it means that groups like ISIS go under the radar. The whole reason there is an Iranian-backed Iraqi militia in Iraq in Syria is to fight ISIS. So the people being attacked are actually people fighting ISIS. And yes, someone brought up the AUMF, which is the knee-jerk policy that was brought in after 9/11, which was used to legitimize this attack. I think it's a huge problem. Barbara Lee's been fighting against it for ages, and I think that's something that's been highlighted by this situation.
Hey, thanks so much. Open to the panel. Polar.
I would say I may have. So Joe, you mentioned which group was fighting ISIS again?
The Iranian-funded Iraqi
Sure.
militia that was bombed.
So I would also say
Katib Hezbollah.
Yeah. So yeah, I know about Hezbollah. So I don't know if that's a valid critique in the sense that almost like every major power in the area has fought ISIS. I don't know if you were necessarily trying to use that as a way to like. I don't think you were trying to use it in a way to like make them look better. But I would say that's like not a like if that's what your intention was, it's probably not a good way of looking at it. I would also say there's a lot of. Yeah, so this is so if you weren't using it that way, then yeah, that's not anything against you. I would also like to say a lot of people are confusing the attacks that Iran, the missiles that Iran fired and killed people with, and the ones that the U.S. actually fired. So from my understanding, there are multiple strikes that Iran had launched against some U.S.-backed areas, and those killed 22 people. Whereas this one, I think, actually killed one person. But the information on that is also still a little sparse at this moment as well. A lot of people are like equating a lot of those casualties.
Why are we there in the first place?
Really quickly,
Yeah, I actually weirdly agree with Connor. The reason I brought up the sorry, not weirdly, didn't mean to be offensive. The reason I brought up the fact that the Iranian-funded Iraqi militia were fighting ISIS is because the justification for America being there at all, like a year ago, the Iraqi government voted for US troops to be removed from Iraq. So if you don't want your contractors to die, then get them out of there. That's the obvious answer.
Yeah.
They are not actually in the primary state of Iraq. They're actually in a Kurdish-run state in northern Iraq, and I don't believe that any vote that the Iraqi people could administer would be valid in that area.
Okay.
Can I ask a question really quickly?
Yeah, sorry.
So I think we're all aware that this was done in response to 3 like rocket attacks on like U.S. interests, right?
Yeah.
So what would the proper response have been? Do you think? This seems like a perfectly reasonable response. These people are attacking us. They're using this building. We bomb the building. They're dead. We move on, right? And now further, the rest of the groups in there have now the message: hey, if you do these bad things to us, we're going to respond, right? So this seems reasonable. I don't know the problem.
Okay, so can we zoom out a little bit, because we're all talking about like the technicality of the morality of like an individual airstrike. We're not talking about why we're so DB keeps using the term American interest. So what are our interests in the region? Why are we entrenched in these interests? Why are we continuing to be entrenched in these interests? And do we need to be? And that's the question. Like, we should zoom out a little bit, because if you're just going to say we should protect our interests globally, I'm almost done. If you're going to say that we need to protect our interests with military force, then that basically means that anytime an American diplomat, an American soldier, an American contractor is anywhere in the world, anytime anybody attacks anybody or them for any reason, we get to kill them. So why are we there in the first place? What are we doing? What are our goals?
Okay, so part of the reason that we are in, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we have a very large air base on the border of Syria. I believe that that's one of the primary reasons right now that the American administration needs to keep that area as American controlled as possible. Again, like if I'm wrong on the exact location of that air base.
I just want to zoom out just a little bit further, okay? This is the point.
Yeah, absolutely. So you were asking why we are currently there, and obviously the original stated reasons were weapons of mass destruction. But at this point, now that that whole administration has gone and done its thing, we are now there. I believe I am gleaning this information from what I know about the area and when I know about what we do in that area. We have a very large air base on the border of Syria, which of course is a Russian-backed operator, and therefore it is my best estimation that we are there because of that air base primarily. Now, if you are asking, should we be there and should we attack anyone who attacks an American soldier? Well, the answer to that is proportionally we do. If something happens to an American actor in another country, we have international courts to deal with that sort of thing. And the operative with this, obviously, is that there was no court system to enact any of the airstrikes that have happened along the course of this very long and storied history of us being in the Middle East.
Okay, but this is my broader point. And sorry,
you can't use international courts because there's no war. There's no tenet of proportionality because we're not at war.
Why is American hegemony across the globe assumed?
Okay, this is like a meta conversation where like the long-term goal for the Middle East is peace and stability within the region.
Whether or not we can, that area is not peaceful and not stable is because
don't say because of the United States. Please don't say because of the United States. Please don't say because of the United States. This is a long and complicated history that like we're never going to get to to resolve here. What I want to point out is nobody answered Doobie's question, which was, what are you supposed to do in response to a rocket attack that kills an American contractor? Right? You can't Monday morning quarterback. You can't undo the Bush invasion from 2003. Right? You've got it. You've already got American contractors there. You've got American servicemen there.
That. Well, let him finish his point.
Not just post 9/11. Okay, sorry.
LSP.
Well, I mean, the question remains: what are you supposed to do in response to Iranian aggression, Russian aggression within the region, the instability caused by several wars on several different fronts, and the hotbed of jihadist terrorism in the region, which affects both our allies and U.S. servicemen?
Joe?
You hate jihadi terrorism now, but the Mujahideen was such a big deal in Afghanistan when they were on your side fighting against Russia. Like, this is pre-9/11. This is post-Cold War, pre-9/11, when America tried to position itself.
Yeah, you're not answering the question, Joe.
No, but wait, what was
they were useful to us then. They're not useful to us now. Now these sorts of people they've attacked.
Terrifying.
Why we don't have it? We can't go. Wait, hold on. We can't go back. We can't go back and change that. Right. So today in the current world, right, I don't know of any reason to go back and change 9/11 or pre 9/11. They attacked U.S. space with 3 rockets. Right. What should the response have been?
Okay, this is exhausting. Sorry, sorry.
You agreed to come on a panel show so that you could answer questions about foreign policy. Like, goddamn. Okay, so the answer, if you're asking me honestly, is get the fuck out. Jesus said a wonderful thing that I quote all the time, which is get the log out of your own eye before you go picking the dust out of somebody else's eye. However, if you can tell me why we should not be there already defending our air base, then I will have a better idea of why we can't just get the fuck out. So why shouldn't we defend our airbase? Connor points. Yeah, whatever. You do in the Macarena.
No, he's miming. He's trapped in a box of liberalism, and he's trying to escape. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is my fucking point, all right? I'll just stop asking dumbass questions. So, okay, this is my fucking point. The whole reason why jihadist terrorists fucking exist in the first place is because Western interventionism, okay? It's not that jihadism or fucking Okay, hold on, LSP, I gotcha. Jesus fucking Christ, okay? So if you look at basically, it's a tit for tat fucking retaliation that stretches back roughly 3,000 years. Some of it's geopolitical, some of it's religious, some of it's XYZ. Who gives a fuck? All right. The reason for us to be in the region nowadays is energy security. The reason why we backed the Shah of Iran was energy security. The reason why we backed Saudi Arabia and still back Saudi Arabia, despite the fact that they're a theocracy that basically promotes anti-LGBT views and religious literalism, is because of energy security.
And murders,
the reason why we're trying
to are American citizens.
And murders journalists.
Yeah.
And we look the other way, despite being like a democracy that's pro-free speech, because of energy security. The reason why we were trying to basically promote pro-democratic regions inside Iran, yeah, maybe like pro-democracy gives us the fee-fees and we love democracy and we love our republics and like all that kind of shit, but it's also because of energy security. And that's the whole fucking reason why. Also, we have a rival in Russia who, guess where their other single blue water naval base is besides in the Black Sea? Guess where their other fucking naval base is? Syria. So basically what you fucking have is us trying to butt fuck our fucking international rivals who are not coming into the American hegemonic fold. You have us basically trying to secure energy security into the far-flung future. But the game has fucking changed in the past 20 years. And I don't know if we still need to be fucking doing this. Because the truth is that if all you fucking liberals and progressives are correct, that fucking, basically global warming is about to come butt fuck us. If we're a net exporter of oil inside the fucking world right now because of fucking fracking, then maybe we can move to a green energy grid. Maybe we can move to nuclear. Maybe we can move to fission. Maybe we can move to fusion. Maybe we can use the higher fucking end batteries. Do we need to keep blowing up fucking Middle Eastern and North African fucking people in order to secure oil? Can we move away from this model? Can we move away from fucking randomly toppling fucking regimes for our own self-interest? And I hope the answer is yes.
Tell me, can someone please tell me why the answer is, generally speaking, we are not there for oil? If we're not there for oil, then what are we there for? And again, I believe that it's the Syrian air raid.
When I say it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's an actual reason. Believe it or not, there are people who are motivated by the kindness of their hearts. That's the reason why I'm in the Middle East.
No, wait. Geopolitical interests are a real thing. CSP's right.
Nobody's denying geopolitical interests are a real thing, but Congress cited multiple reasons predicating their invasion in 2003, and a lot of it was human rights abuses coming from the Saddam regime. Right? We're not starting, and again, I know we're not starting history. We're not starting history in 2003, but I'm telling you, you can be a person who has an interest in the Middle East that isn't just about energy security. But even if it was just about energy security is not an invalid reason to be there. Much of the world relies on fossil fuels, and their standard of living would be just absolutely fucked to the point that it would have reverberous, disastrous effects on the poor.
All right, Polar's world. I need 60 seconds. Okay, I need 60 seconds.
Fine.
90.
Okay. Rigel report. RIEGLE. We sold Iraq dual-use fucking chemicals in the fucking 70s when they were fighting fucking Iran, and it was all about proxy war. And even after we found out the fact that they were using fucking anthrax and VX fucking gas that we provided the fucking precursors for, we fucking still continue to provide it, despite the fact that they were slaughtering the Shia and slaughtering the fucking Kurds. The fact that this is getting wrapped up in fucking we love democracy. No, get the fuck out of here. We want energy security. We want to protect Saudi Arabia. That's what's fucking going on. We trip it up in fucking flowery goddamn language. But basically, do you know why we knew that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction? Do you know why we found weapons of mass destruction that were 20 years old and fucking defunct? It's because we sold it to him.
Yeah, we all know that.
Okay.
No, that's not even true.
God, fucking Google Rigel report. What the fuck?
I know what the Rigel report is. The Rigel report is
Polar's world.
How are you denying this?
Polar's world. As you're learning right now, as I always know, as I know, Connor's a goddamn liar when he says he's going to take 60 seconds. Sure. Okay. All right.
So,
all right.
Can I get 30 to explain the Rigel report before Connor points loses his mind?
I'll let you go right after this, LSP. So LSP is completely right on the point when it comes to energy security, i.e. the Strait of Hormuz, and when Iran was engaging in really bad activity when it came to oil tankers and the way that affected global oil prices. To say that's not a valid excuse is just wrong. This is the energy of our country and other countries as well. And this wasn't even necessarily affecting us. This is affecting a lot of places in Europe. Secondly, when it comes to talking about what are the goals of the U.S. when it goes into these places, we all know that it's not as simple as it's just energy or it's just doing things out of the good of our heart. A lot of times, whenever we do these things, there are multifaceted approaches, so multiple opinions going into these aspects, right? Look at the difference between Obama's administration and Trump's, right? When it comes to groups like the Kurds, right? Is one Trump would prioritize the Turks and letting them over on the Kurds, whereas Obama used strategies to support the Kurds. And as a result, try to keep them up. I would say that when we look at this in the sense of there's one very clear thing that the U.S. government is trying to do is just I think that's ahistorical. It's much more complicated than just saying energy security or it's just democracy. I think these things are much more multifaceted.
Okay.
Yeah, these are multifaceted. One of the things I wish people would appreciate about conversations on foreign policy topics is there's a lot of nuance and complications with it, and a lot of claims are thrown out very casually that are very hard and more complicated to debunk than it is to make the claims in the first place. So counterpoints, for the example, is counterpoints bringing up the Rigel report. It is true that the United States sold chemicals to the nation of Iraq, which they synthesized into chemical weapons. That is not the same as the United States provided them chemical weapons. These were dual-use chemicals that have other normal civilian uses, right? Okay, yeah, I'm telling you what the Rigel report actually says. You're going to twist it to be something else, but I'm telling you this is what it is.
Oh my God. You're going to read the conclusion of it? You're going to read the conclusion of the Rigel report, or are you just going to read the fucking fact that it's dual-use chemicals?
Have I not demonstrated that I already know what it is?
No, you fucking haven't, because the fucking dude who authored the goddamn report said the fact that we continue to fucking export dual-use chemicals after we knew what they were doing with it is an indictment of the fucking entire goddamn trade deal. And on top of that, on top of this, CIA fucking agents use fucking our intelligence in order to help Iraq target Iranian fucking soldiers and Iranian fucking militias. Some of whom were fucking child soldiers. Even after they use fucking the chemical weapons, we continue to help them with targets. What the fuck are you talking about?
So this brings me to the other thing, what I'm talking about, like how things are multifaceted and more complicated. The United States of 40 years ago is not the same United States as 20 years ago. And it's not the same United States.
Happy we get to fucking gas child soldiers 40 years ago, and then we can just ignore it. That's cool.
So the reason I bring that up is because when you guys laud at the idea that there might be a humanitarian basis for any sort of Middle East intervention, right? There might be a geopolitical interest that supersedes that interest 40 years ago, and a humanitarian one that supersedes a geopolitical one 20 years later. And Somalia is like the perfect case study of just precisely what I'm talking about. All right, go on, Yellow.
No. Joe, go ahead.
No. Let him go because that's a different point to what I wanted to address.
Gotcha.
So if he's got something, he's going to leave.
Connor, go ahead. Fine.
Okay. So this is what's obnoxious, is because we can constantly move the ball for the things that we've done. And like here's the thing. We probably actually agree on a decent chunk of stuff. So when Polar's World said that there's a multivariate to analysis of history and why we do what we do, I actually agree with him. When you say that we are allowed to protect our own international interests, and if we were to just to fucking do non-interventionism, like the entire fucking modern world would collapse. I agree with you fundamentally. I'm just asking if there's a better way. But what I also don't like is when we take a fucking hyper charitable fucking view of history. When we talk about the 19th century and the slaughter of Native Americans, I just want to go ahead and concede. Europeans fucked over Native Americans. When we talk about World War II, when we talk about bombing civilian centers, I could say Nazis are fucking worse because they did an ethnic genocide, and Japanese are worse because they did fucking human experiments and mass fucking slaughters, but we still bombed the fuck out of civilian centers. When you're talking about the fucking Vietnam, we ran a clandestine assassination program that killed people that were in our loyal government and our foreign government. When you're talking about almost done.
Okay, this is not a pragmatic aspect of the conversation. You're literally just repeating the last 100 years of human history so that you can make a point about some sort of meta conversation that is highly non-pragmatic and obviously not what the rest of us want to talk about.
Okay, fine. So we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but at the same time, when somebody tells me that the government of 20 years ago is not the same as the government of 40 years ago, you know what we did 20 years ago? We used fucking depleted uranium in order to fucking shoot up fucking cities. When we fucking executed some people who were fucking unarmed. We fucking used white phosphorus in fucking cities. Yep. So all I fucking want to do is I just want to have an honest conversation about what we're doing. Okay? Just because they're bad guys doesn't mean we're good guys. And I'm sick of that framing.
Right. So I'm very interested in...
Okay, go ahead.
Nobody said we were good guys. Nobody said that we were doing the right thing. Nobody said...
Dude, I'm an American.
You know what? Actually, yeah. LSP and Doobie said that we were doing things that they agreed with. Although I would not say that LSP and Doobie would call themselves like the good guys in any sort of story that you're making up in your head. Like this is a talk about
running list. I'm sorry, John.
Okay, if you want to have a conversation, I literally laid out like half of what the fuck. I literally wrote notes for this, okay? I know why I have ideas about why we did this. I would really like to talk about why we think the general show of power is something that, and to Joe's credit, I think that you responded to that beautifully. Why do we think that the show of power that is a direct and firm attack with pre-warning to Russia, why do we think that that is the best option in the current stratosphere of international politics when we are dealing with, in particular, the Middle East? I would love to hear Joe's perspective on that.
Go ahead, please, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because I think LSP brought up this idea of viewing things in history and the context of history, but did it in order to isolate this current incident in saying that we're different today than we've been in the past. And I actually really do not believe that you can look at America's role in the Middle East without the historical context of things going back to Afghanistan. So the end of the Cold War, where Afghanistan, I'm not going to go on and on about the history, but the end of the Cold War, where we made Afghanistan a new site to kick Russia in the butt for what it did to us in Vietnam. Now, in regard to why I'm referencing, as you said, Johnny, specifically this act and what it intended to do, if the goal, like Biden suggested, was to increase diplomacy, to get Iran back on the nuclear deal, I can't understand how this attack makes sense at all. I cannot understand how this kind of action encourages Iran to step back in step with the EU and America when it comes to nuclear policy.
Yeah, do we have...
You can respond, LSP.
Well, yeah, so the incentive for Iran to get back into the nuclear deal is the snapback sanctions. The response here isn't supposed to be an indictment on Iran. It's supposed to be against terrorists who attacked us, right? And you can't just let terrorists attack us and not do nothing. As disheartening as that might be to hear. I understand history is complicated and it goes back a very long way, and you do need a historical context to inform all of these things, right? There's myriad of complicated issues, and I really feel like I've been strawman more than once on this.
I don't mean, I'm really sorry if I strawmanned you. I really didn't mean to. I just want to quickly ask a question, because obviously the biggest foreign fighting force in the Middle East is America. So if every single time an attack is put on any sovereign state within that area, there is justified retaliation, is there not an argument to say that there are justified attacks on American forces?
Joe, what do you mean by largest? I just wanted to know, what do you mean by largest in that sentence?
Well, most powerful.
Okay.
What do you mean by...
let's go to
Hey.
Bastiat, who's
It's
been
good
so
to-
happy to kind of join us. Hey, how you doing?
Good to hop in for a bit. It's good to be here.
Bastiat with the iron chair. Let's do it.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I really like Nuxalid's comment. Oh no, we can't have counterpoints and Bastiat. It's a critical mass of insufferability. So I like the sound of it. It is wonderful to see all of you here. I just want to hop on because I have to say, I guess there were a couple of things I wanted to say in response to Silly Serious. Do you go by Silly Serious?
Yeah, you can call me Joe.
Okay, Joe. So I guess I was going to say, in terms of, you mentioned Afghanistan, and I was just going to say, like, I feel like it's entirely consistent to say, yeah, the Mujahideen was good when it, I guess was supporting a cause that we thought was valid, which was fighting the Soviet Union. And then once that cause is over and they're fighting us, I mean, that's bad. I mean, now, I guess to the bigger point, though, it seems like perhaps you were getting at when you said, what justifies, what gives America the justification and all that? I mean, don't other countries have the same justification? I mean, I wouldn't say America has any special justification, and any other country would have, I suppose, as much justification as America does, all other facts aside. It's just that typically America's the only country that has the ability to do all this stuff. So typically it's the one that does it. That being said, I guess the reason that somebody like me personally would tend to say, if America is doing something to fight Iran or to counter Russia, that's a good thing. It's generally because Iran and Russia are, autocracies, and America is a democracy. And generally speaking, we're promoting, at least a brand of government that's less harmful than, say, a brutal autocracy that's throwing homosexuals off of buildings, or the gangster regime in Russia. So that's not to say that we are like, some always noble superpower. It's just to say that, one, if you're thinking about what is your best choice, I suppose you also got to think about what is your least bad choice. And two, I mean, again, if you say, don't people have the right to do that stuff to America? I mean, I guess I would say in many circumstances, probably. It's just that's why we pay 4 to 5% of our GDP for a massive military. That means typically they can't.
Joe.
Bastiat, I really hate that you make me bring up points that I agree with Connor, because I don't like that. But I would have to say something that frustrates me is this idea that in that one response, you've told me it's fighting against Russia, it's fighting against Iran, it's bringing democracy to people, it's protecting interests. It's this. I want to know why the fuck you're there so that I can understand how this action promotes that goal, right? Because I think that's the problem. You can't just, if it were that there's a brutal dictator in Syria, then there are many other instances earlier on where America could have intervened but didn't. So that is unlikely to be the reason. If it's Russia, why are you tormenting the people of Iraq and Syria by fighting a proxy war and killing their people? Like, please explain to me what the actual goal is that justifies this action.
As far as this particular action that I think we were talking about with Joe Biden, I think that was, as far as I know, it was retaliation in response to, the attack in Iraq. But if you mean like generally, why are we in Syria generally? I mean, I thought ultimately it's to. I mean, President Trump has really screwed up. Well, former President Trump really screwed things up when he abandoned the Kurds, which was
protect our
to
Kurdish
me,
allies.
right. That
Bashar
was
al-Assad.
by far. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, by far, that is to me what was the most noble and worthwhile cause. He then betrayed them, which I would not have done, and I think a normal president, would have been a little less inclined to do, but. In any event, so protecting our, allies we were working with to fight ISIS, ISIS itself being a cause that I think was worth intervening against. As far as Assad, I mean, I think you're right that, at this point, I guess if we wanted to do something about Assad, we probably would have. And President Obama's decision to say, well, we've got a red line and then not to follow through with the, red line was a problem. But I guess I would say that I would acknowledge that our policy in Syria has been somewhat incoherent. But I don't think that means that it is, therefore invalid.
Bastiat, what about the fact that the Iranian-funded Iraqi militia that were bombed by Joe Biden in retaliation for this latest attack were primarily fighting ISIS?
Yeah,
they're fighting us too. Wait, what about? Like, if they were just fighting ISIS, it wouldn't be an issue. They might be as much of an ally as the Kurds. The issue is they're fighting us.
Oh Christ!
Okay,
guys, listen, I'm a fucking loser.
I know you will.
Okay.
You always do.
What?
Go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I'm gonna fucking lose it is because like seriously, like the way we are on a fucking island, okay? We're on this nice little beautiful fucking island that's called America. We are far, far, far away from the Middle East and North Africa and fucking Sudan and all that kind of bullshit. So we get to talk about this place like it's fucking Narnia. And that all these fucking people are just random fucking tribes of random fucking people, and we have our favorite factions and they have their favorite factions, and we just get to pit people against each other. But that's not the fucking reality. The reality is that these are fucking human beings. And as much as I agree with it, I disagree with them ideologically, I disagree with them about religion, I disagree with them about fucking theocracy, they're human fucking beings. So what I want is, Joe, the reason why this might be frustrating, but the reason why I want to take the varnish off of this fucking propagandistic bullshit is because there's real, pragmatic, geopolitical reasons for why we're doing these things. They're incredibly fucking ugly. So this is like talking about a fucking like a cow slaughterhouse and being like, oh, the reason why we do it is because we want our fucking children to grow up fucking big and strong, and we want them to have B vitamins, and we want them to eat meat. And what I'm saying is, okay, that's fine. I understand that. But can you admit that you're butchering cows? And you're like, no, not that. I mean, that's all gross and that's icky. I don't like that shit. I like the good stuff, like B vitamins and protein and like all that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, okay, bro, I get that, but you're slaughtering cows. Can you just admit that what you're doing is a little fucked up, a little dirty, a little gross, and that we don't have some moral fucking high ground to stand on?
So let's,
All right.
So hold on. Let's go to Doobie. He's been waiting quite patiently, and then Polo had his hand up previously. And we'll go back to you, LSP.
Okay. And then can I go after LSP?
So I want to be clear because someone said something about democracy. I don't give a fuck about democracy, right? Or about promoting any quote unquote American values in these areas. What seems pretty straightforward to me, I guess. It seems like unambiguous. So we have some interest in the area, whether it's oil or taking pressure off some group or putting pressure on another group, whatever the fuck it is, minerals, whatever the fuck it is, right? We're there. They attacked a U.S.-led military base. They gave a soldier a concussion. I don't really care about that. Even if the soldier hadn't been hurt and they'd only damaged our property, I think this response is totally legitimate. We're there. I think if they can feel justified in attacking us, but if they do, I think we need to shove them down, crush them, and show them that they shouldn't. Right? Yes, that's mean. I guess I don't really give a fuck about them or about their lives. If we need to butcher some cows to get the show we want, I really don't see the issue with this. Like, again, what should the response be? Hey, no, you guys bombed us. Oh God, we're so sorry we're there. We shouldn't be there. That's totally fine. Just keep bombing us. Like, fuck that. They need to learn that they cannot do this to us. Right? No matter what, if they're upset about us being there, if they feel they cannot do this to us. If we're totally in the wrong, they cannot do this to us. It's that simple. Like, I don't really understand the problem here.
Hey, Doobie. Hey, Doobie. Can you remind us again that you're a nice person? Really want the crowd to know
I'm a nice person.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great. So, Polar.
Can I just?
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to you.
So I was just gonna say, I do agree with counterpoints here. It is important to recognize like the downfalls of the actions that you've done, but I also think it's important to recognize that like every foreign policy action that we engage in is going to harm someone, right? Same thing with all policy issues. It's not to say that like I would never go out to say it's like, oh yeah, it's okay to like just kill all these people. I would never say something like that. But I think it is important to recognize like the flaws and fails of your policy. I would also say that we keep falling into this trap where we're like America this, America that, where it's like America can't even stay consistent in and of itself when it comes to the policy that it directs. I do agree with Joe that it's probably important to look at historical precedent, but like also at the same time, it's like we're trying to make prescriptions as to what we ought to do, and I haven't really heard very many solutions as like, hey, like Doobie's kind of mentioning it. It's like, okay, well this happened, right? We had one of the most deadly, like Iraq fire is one of the most deadliest missile attacks of the year, like the past year, and what are we supposed to do about that? That's a valid question to have completely. And that's just something that hasn't been answered on the panel.
Sure, can I try to answer that?
No, not yet. Joe, quickly response. This is a direct. A lot of this is directed your way, and then we'll go to LSP. We'll go to Bastiat.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you're saying, Paula. I think this is sort of the problem of modern warfare in that it's sort of a hammer to quicksilver rather than a hammer to nail. You have these terrorist organizations that branch across lots of countries. Like I know LSP said it was Hezbollah. I thought it was Ali al-Dam. So I'm not even sure who put
It's
the
the
attack
Cuts Force,
forward,
like
right?
supporting it,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah.
But my answer would be that when it comes to foreign policy now, I would like America to think beyond singular instances and to think in terms of long-term strategy. And if that is the case, I don't understand the long-term strategy in retaliating this way in terms of a new administration showcasing to Iran the approach it's going to take to things like the nuclear deal. So for me, the attack seems counterintuitive in that I don't think it aligns with what the US's long-term goals ought to be in the region and in relations with Iran.
Can I respond to that?
We'll respond, and then I'll go to LSP.
Yeah, so I would say that like I agree. It seems like our most effective like conflicts that we've engaged with are ones where the current U.S. administration thinks in long-term planning, right? Like you can see very big differences big differences in this when it comes to the two different approaches in Iraq, like years apart. I would also say that like Iran has mentioned specifically what they want from the U.S. and like what they would prefer, and I think LSP mentioned that, which was the snapbacks, like sanctions, and the way that the U.S. engages with the economic regulation they're putting on Iran. That was the real big one of the nuclear deal. Was that like that was the one thing that we really offered, was to take off those sanctions that the country was like desperately needing. Like I also think it's like I resonate to a certain extent. Like, well, like the U.S. government's doing this, and like it's gonna look bad to Iran, but like if like it also seems like if we don't respond, we'll look weak in their eyes. And I think strength to a certain extent, okay, I'm not gonna come out here and be a war hawk and be like, yeah, let's go, dude. We have to show them who's boss in the Middle East. But I do think to a certain extent, like demonstrating like a proportional response in case like Iran does this again is important as well.
Okay.
But it isn't a completely nuanced response. So I agree.
I'm going to go to LSP, then Bastiat. Then I'm going to ask a question that I think we haven't, a basic question we haven't actually answered here, but go ahead, LSP.
Yeah, Connor's points, as I wrote them down, was just admit we're there for reasons he doesn't find, like, admit we're slaughtering cows, right? Don't pretend to have the moral high ground. If your primary issue is that like we go rah America too much as we blow up terrorists, I can sympathize with like you wanting us to admit this is an ugly affair. It is. Warfare is ugly. There is no clean war. Some have said the most ethical war is the war that ends the quickest. That said, compared to Iran, which exports terrorism, and Russia, which is supporting a regime that uses chemical weapons on its own people, yeah, I would say we have the moral high ground. If we're comparing ourselves to them, sure. And we were the allies of the only real democratic experiment in the country. That was the Kurds, the YPG of northern Syria. To Joe's thing, what she remarked was that she doesn't think this strike feeds our long-term strategy. The long-term strategy with this strike is to disable the operational capabilities of Kata'ib Hezbollah. The long-term strategy for the region should be peace and stability, and it's not really something you can do with a dictator in Syria, Bashar al-Assad, or a terrorist state of Iran that fights proxy wars everywhere, or Russia, which props these two regimes up.
Did you want to respond to that, Joe? Then I'll go to Bastiat.
No, I just need a minute to even understand it.
Sure. Yeah, I know. LSP has that effect. Bastiat.
I just was going to be clear. Well, never mind. I wanted to say though, Counterpoints. I think you're right when you say like we shouldn't clothe our the gravity of our acts in simple and marketable slogans. I don't think that means that all our motives are like bad, but I mean I think that you're right that we should be quite honest and forthright and with ourselves and with the world about the real costs of war, not just to Americans, but to the people who live in the countries in which we are so high-handedly intervening. But that said, I guess I would say that there have been examples in recent American history of successful interventions. I would say, for example, Gulf War I, Yugoslavia, and there have been examples of pretty disastrous interventions, Vietnam, Iraq, and I think that something that was kind of interesting was some years ago there were some State Department cables that were leaked by I think WikiLeaks or Julian Assange or both or one of the two. And what was kind of interesting about these otherwise classified State Department cables was that they showed that the State Department and the the United States generally does take seriously issues like for example promoting democracy, but it also considers economic interests and realpolitik security interests. So I guess I would say it's not hollow to say that that these are all real things that we consider. It's just they all come together, and I hope that, like Joe said, it would be good to have a more long-term foreign policy approach. I hope that Joe Biden will buck the trend of recent American presidents, because President Trump, President Obama before him, as much as I would think he was better than President Trump, and President Bush before President Obama, I mean, they really, in terms of foreign policy, didn't seem to have much of a coherent long-term strategy, and seemed to join President Clinton in wasting, before Bush, in wasting sort of all the I guess opportunity that came with a multipolar, with a unipolar world after the fall of the Soviet Union. But that said, we've got the history that we've got, and I hope Joe Biden puts us in any better direction. I don't think this particular strike negates that.
So I'll go to Joe, Johnny, and Connor's going to brace out of his seams at some point, I'm sure. But before I do that, I want to ask a question that we haven't actually really, I don't think we really discussed here. It's pretty simple. Was this strike legal? Like, as I understand it, this was within Syrian territory, correct? Right? So this is Syrian territory. Do we have authorization to do such a thing, right? This wasn't like Syria being an immediate threat that needed to be responded to, right? But we struck within their territory. I believe Obama previously tried to get authorization, and he didn't get that authorization. So is this even legal for us to do? Either to U.S. law or international law. All right, so I'll go to Joe, then I'll go to Joe, Johnny, then Polar.
So quickly, the reason that Connor, you'll get it. I'm going to give you a compliment. Calm down. The reason that LSP got me so confused was exactly what Connor said, right? Again, it was like pushing 50 sort of intentions for the US in Syria and Iraq onto this one action. And it doesn't make sense when you're not clear about why you're there. It actually, I get what Bastiat is saying, that all
we should be clear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We should be clear. I agree, we should be clear.
Yeah.
Like, if that's the first critique, yeah.
And it has to be clear across the board from the beginning, right? Because, for instance, when you look at the invasion of Iraq following 9/11, it really does matter if it's a humanitarian intervention or if we're going there for nuclear weapons, because it changes the forces that we send there and the strategy we take when we're there. There would have been a lot more forces that were capable of training police if it had been a democracy building project and a human rights intervention. But those forces weren't there, even though they were suggested to be there by chiefs of the defense force, because that wasn't the actual intention of us invading Iraq. Now, in terms of the question you're asking, I brought this up in my initial statement. I guess it was legal within America, given the Authorization of Use of Military Force Act that came into power after 9/11, the one that Barbara Lee is trying to get repealed. So I guess there is some internal legality in terms of that. In terms of international legality, I cannot understand how it would be possible, given that it's a complete disregard for sovereignty. There's no R2P claim here at all. So and there's not an official war. So I'm not 100% sure how it could be internationally legal at all.
I don't know and maybe I'm mistaken on this, but I thought the that original use of military force did not cover simply like all of the Middle East, right? Unless it's like since this is just a terrorist organization, we are able to respond anywhere, right? I don't. But as far as I
I have no
understand,
idea. It's
as
your law.
so as I understand it, this is an illegal strike. But if someone has better information, I'd love to be corrected on this. Johnny, Polar, Bastiat.
Okay, so I cannot speak to the international legality of it. I was also under the same impression that Joe was, that the post 9/11 provisions allowed America within itself to do this. But what I will say is that I think we're all sort of ignoring the deeper state reasons that a lot of these things happen, right? It's the same reason why we killed Soleimani. Soleimani was purportedly on a peace trip last year in January 2020 when he was killed by an American airstrike. However, yes, LSP, I see you shaking your head. However,
send you the
we
video.
have-
That's the game that
it
drives me
came
nuts.
out. It came out afterward that there was intel that he was actually there in order to do strikes on American personnel. So we are all sort of ignoring this underneath layer that is probably there, wherein this particular cell of Iranian-backed militants was probably planning some sort of attack that we were preempting. And I know that if this was America, and if we were sending in a bunch of police troops to go in and arrest these people, it would be a different story. However, we are dealing with militants of a very specific, very dangerous type in an area that we do not have general compliance over, and we are not dealing with the same amount of force that we would be dealing with in America. So I would hesitate to say that it is correct. I would always hesitate to say that it is correct to strike people and to immediately kill them. However, we have to deal with the idea that the American intelligence is more than what we currently have right now at our disposal.
Okay, yeah, let's go to Polar. You want to talk about the legality issue?
Yeah, so the UN, so what the UN tends to do is they'll tend to analyze like specific attacks. So what we'll probably see for this at some point, since this is this is contested, would be a UN report. Like, for example, the UN report for the Soleimani stuff didn't come out until like 7 months later. So when we determine whether an attack is like it violates international law, there are a couple standards that you have to set. One of them is that the state that like the state that like where this attack is about to be present, or where I think where the initial conflict was, that state has to be unnecessary or unwilling to defend the U.S. forces on that territory, right? So apparently this is a response to the Iranian-backed forces firing missiles at, I think, was it a U.S.-backed group? And then as a result, like, you may be able to make the argument that like Assad would have done nothing if this was in Syria, right? The actual attack was in Syria. So like you may be able to make the claim that
It
like
wasn't
Assad,
in Syria. It was in Iraq.
was it in Iraq?
I thought it was.
The strike
I'm
was
not-
in Syria. The
No,
attack.
it
It was,
was.
So
no,
Was
the
it
attack
Syria?
was in Syria. I have it all written down right here, you guys. This was an attack in Syria. The attack on February 15th that we were supposedly directly responding to happened in Iraq.
Yeah.
that's what my
Um,
understanding is.
Yeah, so
That's-
at that point, I think you'd have to appeal to Syria and say that Syria wouldn't have done anything, which makes sense. I don't think Assad would have done anything. So like you also have to demonstrate that it's necessary. Like this is a necessary attack. And if you'd have to go off the basis that like one, by targeting like this, it was a supply. There was a supply, I think, there of like weapons and other like needed munitions, I'm pretty sure. So like you may be able to make the argument that it was necessary to hit that to protect future like US interests, but like determining whether an attack is like violates international law, it takes a long time, surprisingly, because you have to be able to demonstrate not only that the state, like the US would have to demonstrate that it was necessary, and this is something that took a while for the Soleimani attack because they said that there were multiple attacks being planned on like multiple embassies, and then the U.S. government wasn't really able to substantiate that. So like it's really difficult. There's a lot more information that has to come out before you can like necessarily declare whether it was legal or not.
So we'll go to Bastiat and Connor. People in chat have been saying that AUMF does cover just all terrorism everywhere. So it sounds familiar to me. But I don't know. So I don't want to spread false information. I really don't know. That's why I'm asking. Was this legal? So I have to look into that actually. But Bastiat and Connor.
So I'm not an international lawyer, but I did pull up the text of it, and the text of the AU, the authorization for use of military force from 2001 after 9/11, says that the president is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on 9/11 or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the U.S. And between that and the self-defense bit in the UN Charter, that says that you can exercise the right of self-defense
is this
as
group
long as you immediately
at
report
all
the Security Council.
linked to any of that?
I think here's what I would say. I think that it is. I think that you could probably make an argument.
You can make an argument. Is it a good argument? Is what I'm asking.
I think you could tie. Now, do you think it's a good argument? Do I think it's a good argument to you? I guess I would say is well. I guess what I would say is this, Prime. Well, I think it is probably legal. I don't think it is particularly healthy to use a 20-year-old resolution that was in no way intended, even though it was broadly written for another, a generation ago. I don't think it is good practice for the United States to basically use that as its license to wage war around the world without any kind of domestic accountability. So, like, was it legal? I mean, it seems like it between the UN Charter and between that authorization, but should that be how it's done? I don't think so.
Okay. Let's go to.
And that was, sorry, just to be clear, that's the same authority Trump used too. So that this isn't a fresh Biden creation. It seems like they've all been using that authority since then. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're right. Connor, I'll speak. Joe.
Dude, like, I thought I was on a panel with leftists, not fucking like right-wing warhawks. This is so fucking weird. So seriously, like, this is so fucking weird. Okay, the reason why I was trying to go macroscopic on it, I get it's fucking annoying, but at the same time, this is all present. Like, are you all Zoomers? Is that what's going on?
I am a Zoomer.
It's just like American global
What
fucking.
have I done, Connor?
Is American globalist fucking? Hold on, is American globalist fucking hegemony just like automatically assumed? Have we brainwashed you that bad? Have we fucked you up that?
Is that really a Zoomer thing?
Like, I'm sorry the American education system fucked you guys up.
Okay,
I have
get
no
to it,
fucking
please. Get
idea.
to it, please.
Anyways, so there was a whole bunch of like more. Hold on, I'm not even close to done. Jesus Christ, I listened to you guys for like 20 minutes. So all right, so the whole reason why this moral equivocation where we keep bringing up the bad actions of our rivals. The reason why I keep getting annoyed with this is because every single time that you bring up the bad actions of our rivals, I can think of examples that we've done in history. And the fact that people don't fucking know this history is literally infuriating to me because you could just click on fucking Wikipedia links, or go on to the fucking Great Courses series on Audible and start listening to fucking history shit. Fucking the whole thing that we don't understand that this is a fucking tit for tat between us and fucking jihadists is fucking obnoxious. All right, so doing proxy wars, LSP brought up. Do you know that fucking part of the reason why Osama bin Laden attacked the United States is because we supported Israel during the war in Lebanon, in which 3,000 Muslim civilians were slaughtered by a Christian militia? Do you know that that was part of the reason why he perpetrated 9/11? Betraying the Kurds. Betraying the fucking Kurds. We betrayed the Kurds like 3 or 4 times now. When the Kurds got mad and started fucking throwing potatoes at American vehicles as they left fucking the northern area, I was like, how the fuck did you guys not see this coming? We've already fucked you over like 2 or 3 times. How did you not see this coming? So the fact that like we're betraying our allies all of a sudden, dude, we betrayed the same moral high ground because we don't use chemical weapons. Oh, I'm sorry, is selling. Okay, so if I'm cooking meth and I go to buy fucking matchsticks and fucking like cold medicine from the fucking thing, and then the cops catch me, and I was about to hand it off to my friend, can I say, hey, officer, this isn't meth. This is just the precursors for meth. That doesn't fucking fly. Get the fuck out of here. So finally, getting to the solution, because this is what I feel is the biggest fucking thing that you guys have pinned me on, is do we have a solution? You guys are outflanking me so far to the fucking right that I haven't even gotten to talk about how I think killing people is sometimes appropriate or fun or cool. Like literally, like you guys are just justifying American interventionism so goddamn hard I don't even get to play centrist. It's ridiculous.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay, so number one, the fucking, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I waited for 20 minutes. This can be my closing statement. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Fucking. All right. So energy shift. Number one, energy shift. America is fucking independent. We can fucking basically produce our own oil. Number two, if we shift away from fucking gases, which apparently, like, all of you motherfuckers, not okay, I'm straw manning, but so many motherfucking lefties talk to me about how a climate apocalypse because of greenhouse gases is imminent in the next fucking 10 years. Why don't we get away from blowing up fucking brown people for fucking oil? Jesus Christ. Finally, foreign internal defense, getting to the sexy part where I actually think that killing people is sometimes cool. You don't have to do it by drone strikes. You can literally just send in 20 fucking Green Berets or 20 fucking Marines. They can train the locals to kick doors and fucking kill people. And then you have the locals do it. We don't have to spend trillions of dollars. We don't have to blow up kids. We can train other governments to do good counterterrorism work. And with that, I fucking yield, and that can be my closing
statement. They don't have a government. They don't have a government right now that is working in their interest. You do realize that.
Okay.
Which country are you talking about?
What if
we all spoke at this volume? Let us all speak at this volume passionately.
Bastiat, you can quickly respond to this. I'm going to go to LSP, then Joe.
I guess I feel like counterpoints. I wouldn't even. I mean, I don't know for sure about what you mentioned with Osama bin Laden, for example. But I mean, I wouldn't even deny that that's true. It's just like, when he organizes 9/11 and knocks down the World Trade Center and 3,000 Americans are dead. You don't just say, well, I mean, morally he was in the right. I mean, morally he had a point. I mean, we did bring it on ourselves. We did bring it on ourselves. So you know what? This one, we're gonna let it slide, but don't do it again. I mean, that's not like I wouldn't even deny that what you're saying is true, but like at the same time, I mean, that doesn't I don't pay taxes to the United States for it to ensure moral righteousness all over the world in that sense. I mean, I want it to protect me too, right? So that's a consideration for one. I don't deny that you are right, that the United States is often morally egregious. And yet, I mean, I don't think that therefore means, well, I mean, you guys should have known this was going to happen. You just got to let it go. So that's one. And then two, I guess it seems like when you're saying, we got to stop intervening in these different places, I guess I don't, I mean, that the fact is that, so long as these vacuums exist, countries will seek to fill them. And if the United States doesn't, I mean, they won't be, a country like Syria won't simply be allowed, to be hermetically sealed off and allowed to find its own destiny on its own, right? Like if the United States doesn't intervene, that doesn't mean somebody else is going to say, well, since the U.S. decided to stay out this time, we're going to stay out too. And it's only right.
Oh, leave it alone.
So I don't deny that what you're saying has some merit to it, and yet I don't really think it changes anything.
Okay, all right. So we're going to LSP, then we're going to go to Joe. Joe, hold your outrage for a second. Don't worry, everyone will get a chance to say something. Go ahead, LSP. Great. This brilliant point. Amazing. Wow, LSP. I'm blown away by
crazy, dude. Oh my god.
Lay into them. Show us.
Wow.
And he's still going. Amazing. Passionate speech. Oh, we're loving it. LSP. We literally cannot hear anything you're saying. But he's saying it like a dictator too of his hits.
Sorry. Well, I just wasted I'm stupid. Okay, well, I guess I'll mellow down. Prime. The AUMF needs an update. I 100% agree. I really wish. I don't know why I do know why the AUMF's not getting an update. It's because there's too much political capital at risk to update it. Nobody wants to sign their names to an unpopular bill in the same way they did for Iraq, right? That has electoral consequences, and nobody wants to lose political capital for it. So there's a little bit of political cowardice. That's why it won't get updated. That being said, the way you can tie a line from the 9/11 attacks to Iran was because Iran sheltered some members of Al Qaeda post 9/11. That would be the way you could do it. I'm not saying that's a good excuse. I'm just saying that's how, if you wanted to make that case, that's how you could factually make it. The other point I wanted to respond to was from Counterpoints, saying you don't need drone strikes. You just need 20 badass motherfucker Green Berets to just go into some desert in Syria and just shoot the motherfucker up. No. The whole reason you have drone strikes, the whole reason you have drones as they allow prolonged monitoring of certain areas without the risk to U.S. personnel. You can make targeted strikes that don't risk 20 other lives. That's the point of drone strikes. Okay, now
Okay.
to Johnny.
Somebody in
other
chat just said
people.
9/11 was a hoax, and that changes things. If
Oh,
true. So
yeah,
if anybody
it
could
does.
prove that.
True.
Equation right there.
I just that
True.
changes things. If true.
Debate
I'm-
ended, dude.
Joe,
Oh my god.
Jill, love to see you. Smack them all down, please. Thank you.
No. Well, firstly, I think someone explained it to me, but I didn't hear. I don't know LSP. Like, I don't have evidence that this was Hezbollah. I have that it's a different group. So I'm not sure why you keep saying it's Kitab al-Hezbollah, because that's not what I see on any articles.
Let me go look.
Yeah, I see Al-Sara Adula, but my question, like, there are a lot of assumptions about intervention and doing things to protect Americans. I don't think the assumption that the current involvement in the Middle East is protecting Americans and making America more secure is evidenced at all. In fact, I think the instability caused by US war-making projects in the Middle East have created more enemies for the US and made the US more militarily entrenched globally. I think there is a point, like there is a moral point to intervening. That's the reason we have R2P. I think unilateral intervention by America alone, I don't understand justification for. And if you look at something like Iraq and intervention there, if America had not intervened in Iraq, where, to be fair, the rates of genocide were much higher, much earlier than when intervention happened. If America hadn't intervened in Iraq, maybe it would have had the capability to intervene in a place like Darfur. So unfortunately, there are some things that have to be weighed up when it comes to intervention and justification. I don't think you can assume that all intervention has some sort of moral silver lining. And I certainly don't think that there is any evidence that this intervention in the Middle East and continuing campaigns in the Middle East make America safer.
Okay. So we'll go into closing statements for this, right? Except for Connor, of course. We'll start with Johnny.
Okay. Thus far, what I have learned is a lot more about very minute details as far as what purported to have caused all of this up to a certain point. And when I say minute, I mean things that happened before I was born, therefore they don't matter. But it's a joke, friend. I am.
Dude.
Why are you doing that, Connor? What are you doing?
Sorry, Connor, you already said you're done. So go ahead.
So what I
just breathe heavily.
The point that I have come to is basically, yes, we ought to find a way to stop being involved in the Middle East. In fact, that is what Joe Biden's administration has purported to do. It's why the Middle East is out of its top three priorities. However, I also agree with LSP that there is and a lot of other people, Bastiat included, Bastiat in particular said something about this is par for the course, essentially. So if we're going to do anything that is completely different, it is going to be presented on a silver platter. It is going to be presented as, this is our new regime in the Middle East. This is our new regard in the Middle East. And this is what we're going to be doing that is different now. Just like the information that we were the ones who perpetrated this drone strike is set out on a silver platter. Whatever they do will be incredibly 4D chess, big brained, and it will probably take into account any future strikes that they have as intel. So I think that it's all going to be orchestrated around the intel that they already have as far as what is going on and what strikes are actively about to be happening. I think that when we can finally settle down and say, okay, there isn't an imminent strike happening on an American interest, then we will probably be able to say, okay, let's sit down and have some fucking tea. And that's about as much as I got. This is a hard one, you guys.
Okay, great. So again, we'll go to LSP if he wants to say a final word on this. Keep it under a minute. We got to move things along.
Yeah, I was gonna make like a joke minute, like as impassioned as Connor points. But that would be like a waste of time because I think his main issue is just semantic, that nobody's admitting that the United States is a bad guy. The if we just got out of the Middle East, it'd be a shit show. And I don't know that people really appreciate that. We didn't really talk on the substance of drone strikes themselves or what the alternatives necessarily are. Doobie kept trying to touch on it a lot, that there was an attack on U.S. servicemen, and you have to respond. What do you do? And I think this is a reasonable question you're going to have to deal with. We're in a world of international terrorism. They threaten us. They threaten our allies. Simply just not being there isn't an answer. You hypothetically put yourselves in the shoes of the president, and you get intel suggesting that a terrorist is planning or attacking some member of the United States or one of our allies. Right? Is your answer really just do nothing? Don't engage militarily? I would shudder to think that such an answer would be an option to you. Like, you have to respond. If you have an ability to protect people from terrorism, I think you have a responsibility to protect people from terrorism. So to some degree, I endorse U.S. hegemony.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll get to those closing statements. I'll let you have the last word because you're my favorite. Okay, Bastiat.
I guess I would say that, first of all, as I was saying a little bit earlier, I guess the long and short of it is I think intervention in the affairs of other states is inevitable. If the United States were a weaker country, less capable of protecting itself, it would certainly be the subject of interventions from other countries, perhaps not as blatant as our own, but I think that's a fact of life. What I would say, too, though, is that I think America should be involved all over the world because given the, if you accept my premise that such interventions and involvement is inevitable, I'd want the United States there to be balancing out the forces of those, other great powers, Russia and China. But that said, I feel like the biggest and simplest thing that the United States could do to be a more productive force internationally and to be more beneficial, not just the rest of the world, but to itself, be more successful in its attempts to intervene abroad, would be to go back to trying to build coalitions and alliances with its traditional allies before it does this kind of stuff. When we have been successful, and I would mark Iraq, Yugoslavia, and Korea as relatively successful, interventions where we achieved a goal that was, laudable. Defense of Kuwait, stop a genocide, defense of South Korea. We had broad alliances, and if we didn't have UN authority, we had something approaching, a similar quality mandate. By contrast, when we have had disasters, namely Iraq and Vietnam, we weren't, entirely alone, but we were much less. We didn't have most of our traditional allies with us, and I think the United States. Some Canadian. I'll cut it up real quick. There's a Canadian diplomat said something real good about the United States. When you guys are good, you guys are the best. And when you guys are bad, you guys are the worst. I think that really sums it up. America, it does pretty good when it works in concert with its allies. It's a leading power. But when it works on its own, it is subject to the same hubris any other great power is. And consequently, it does bad on a big scale.
Doobie, please tell us something that's going to horrify us all. Go ahead.
I'm a nice person, okay? But I gotta say, Connor, like, if you'd like to go around the fucking world and apologize to everybody, show everybody your fucking belly, and say sorry for all the mean fucking things that the big scary motherfucking United States has done throughout history, right? To advance our national interests, whatever the fuck those happen to be at the time, right? You can do that, and I'm sure there are plenty of motherfuckers in chat who will use their fucking stimmy money to split the fucking cost with you. I'm sure that can be arranged. Right? To me, it makes more sense to punish people who oppose us, right? To make them afraid of us, to crush the hopes and dreams of a world without the United States over their shoulder, taking what the fuck we want and protecting what the fuck we have. Right? If it's no longer convenient for us in the future to be there, we'll leave. Right now, the people in charge seem to believe that there is a good reason for us to be there, that it is convenient for us. So that being the case, we get to be there, no matter how upset that makes these people. And if they resist, they get put down. Right? They feel some type of way about it. They can go on a hunger strike or something. Make sad memes on Instagram, right? They don't get to break our shit. If they do break our shit, we break them. And if they're useful to us in a few years, yes, we might put them back together and use them again, right? This isn't that complicated, I don't think. I know there's like a temptation to use this for like moral grandstanding, but it just doesn't seem practical. I think we should be doing what benefits us and not and avoiding stuff that doesn't benefit us. Stabbing ourselves or getting a fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Flagellating ourselves, right? With the sins of our past and whatnot just seems like nonsense, right? I think we just got to keep moving on.
All right.
This frog is about to tell us to acquire the space our people need in Eastern Europe. All right.
Okay, let's go to Polar.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this again, dude. Foreign policy is really difficult. Okay, everyone like there's a meme. I don't know. Not most people here aren't Zoomers, so they probably may not be able to understand it. There's this meme on the internet that's like, most people think America is Superman, but in reality it's Homelander, right? Like that's a big. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I think it's. I think one thing that I think, because I'm gonna take the Zoomer perspective of this. I think the valuable thing that the Zoomers can provide when it comes to conversations like these is that they may bring a little bit more light to some of the negative stuff, even though I don't necessarily agree that everything America does is necessarily negative. I like looking at things multifaceted. I like the nuance in conversations like these. Sometimes I feel as if foreign policy is way too we tend to look at like things in like rose tinted eyes. Like you have your war hawks, you have your goddamn hey, America sucks, all that stuff. But I think in this specific case, we need to be careful when we view foreign policy, right? Because when we think of political, like when we think of like our current policy, like, oh, like we're going to pass this specific bill, the effects of that can be felt much more immediately than I would say foreign policy. So whatever we do, we have to be like long-term thought. And that's just something that a lot of people just don't care about when it comes to like voting for a president or such as. So in this specific case, it's going to take a long time for the UN to gather all the information, for the US to come up with their specific claims for as to why, whether or not this was illegal or not, and whether they actually have the justification to do this. And that's what I'm more interested to see. Like, I can almost guarantee you that when this UN report comes out, most people aren't going to read it, but I'll read it for fun anyways. Maybe Dylan, a few other people, but don't waste your time reading the UN report. That information's already going to be out. That shit was boring too, straight up. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, Polar, you are so great at parties, I'm sure. Anyway, thanks for being around, buddy. Know nothing. Again, like LSP before him, a great streamer, without a doubt. LSP, know nothing. Try it again.
Oh my. Okay, got you. Okay, yeah. So this conversation veered way out of my depth. So foreign policy wise, it was nice, interesting to listen to. But like in terms of like the original question, like I still think that legally it was very flimsy. But after Trump, it completely ignoring the legality of everything, it's not like that matters. And in terms of whether it's proportionate, I think it probably was. Whether the fact that it's proportionate means we should have done it, considering the other implications in the Iran deal, which I think is way more important than any small little like strike, is questionable. But in general, with Joe Biden in charge, I kind of trust his judgment with his way, all the classified information he has a bit more than mine in here. So I'm not too angry about it.
Okay. Finally, we'll finish with Joe the Silly Serious. Love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so a few things. Firstly, I think LSP brought up a really good point, which is like what with terrorist organizations, like what are you going to do, right? And this is sort of the problem of the modern era. And that's why I brought up the analogy of a hammer to quicksilver. Because when you take military action against terrorist organizations that are network organizations, it becomes really difficult to show that that is actually working to diffuse the terrorist organization. So especially in the case of something like ISIS, at least with Al-Qaeda, they only took responsibility for terrorist attacks that they did, whereas any lone wolf attack, ISIS is happy to take responsibility for. So it makes the actual act of warfare really difficult because it's not state v state anymore. And especially when you have foreign powers fighting in foreign territory, where neither of them are actually sovereigns of that territory, it becomes even more complicated. I think Bastiat's point about like building really strong coalitions is important. And that's why my criticism in my opening statement was that Biden ran on a promise of diplomacy over military action. So it is upsetting to see that within a month of his presidency, he's already taken military action in this area. And yeah, I think it is important that we do have that sort of, it's not even a macro lens. It's just important to consider the history from the end of the Cold War, because, well, even earlier, really, if you look at how often the Holocaust is brought up and this idea of America ending the Holocaust and this sort of I'm not a tanky, so don't worry, but like this sort of brushing over of Russia's impact in the end of World War II, right? Like that's just completely erased to justify America as this world police. And especially in that post-Cold War period of Yugoslavia and Afghanistan, we have this really strong idea that it's fine for America to unilaterally intervene wherever they see fit because they've got this moral judgment that they know when it's time to intervene. Yes, I definitely think America needs to intervene, but I can tell you as an American ally, when I teach international relations, none of my students, nobody in my faculty is secure in the idea that if shit went down in Australia, that America would necessarily be here to protect us. So I love the rhetoric. I know that it seems crazy to Americans that we would feel that way, but we just are not sure that the ANZUS Treaty would be honored in the case of an actual conflict if it didn't suit America's interests. So I think it's lovely to have a rhetoric of America protecting its allies, but I think America protects its allies when it suits America.
I'll be there.
I feel the same way.
I'll protect it, Joe. Don't worry. I can single-handedly protect Australia.
After the Trump administration, I think there's good reason for them to question that. Okay, so we will move on to our next question. Bastiat, you're definitely welcome to join us if you'd like.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Do we add you to the group? Let's add you to the group here so that you know these things. Hold on.
Okay.
Expector, could you do me a favor? Add Bastiat to the group if you're friends with him. If not, I'll do it myself.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Topic 2. During 2020, homicide rates spiked in the U.S. After initial lull in crime due to the COVID lockdown, the year ended with a 40% increase in murders from the year before. All this happened in the year the activists demanded police reforms to keep our community safe. But isn't this exactly what pro-police supporters predicted would happen? Police have warned that if they were sidelined, we'd see a rise in crime, and here it is. How can reformers make a convincing case when these are the facts on the ground? So definitely interested what you all have to say. And I have to apologize to Johnny for a second. Johnny, you know that is traditional that I introduce you first when you're on a panel, but I did not do that today.
That is true.
I didn't do that today, and I've disrespected our friendship. I apologize for that. Johnny, I'm making up to it. Making up to you right now. Johnny, you are first.
Excellent. Fantastic. Okay. So basically what the General Houston article that we were given talked about was the idea of something called a Ferguson effect. And it's where depolicing combines with delegitimizing of the police within the community. So the police sort of rank down their amount of policing and going out to places to patrol where they would normally patrol in response to a lot of criticism, and also not quite because of that, but because of everything that's happened previously, but also happening concurrent to that. People are delegitimizing the police. People are not seeing the police as to be cooperated with. They are not reporting early instances of crime to the police that eventually lead to these homicides. So, according to a pretty interesting little book that I want to read more of, it was called Bleeding Out by Thomas Apt, and it was directly referenced in that article. Increasing police presence as far as strategic patrolling and trying to actually encourage people to interact with police in a particular area that is suffering seems to be the best first aid for what is happening. And I don't mean that people go busting people's doors down, and I'm sure that's not fully what the book goes into either. What I do believe that probably means is patrolling and police acting as more of a social good force than an actual criminal patrol.
Thank you. All right, LSP.
Yeah, I don't know that I have much to add on to what Johnny said. Ferguson effect seems to, I'm sorry, how real the Ferguson effect seems to be a subject of like hotly contested debate. Police seem to have some sort of an impact on crime. I wish I could reference the conversation we had before this panel started, because I think we were bringing up Socialism Done Left's like data. I don't remember what it was that showed like community policing has like a notable, like statistically significant reduction in crime committed. Yeah, shit, I don't have much to contribute. Sorry.
No problem. Connor, I'm going to save you for a little later, but we will get to you. Bastiat.
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to say that I don't know that many places actually did cut police funding or really do much of anything, in response to this year's social unrest. So I guess I would say that to the extent somebody tries to use this as an argument to say, well, look what you all wanted, and this is what happened. I don't know. I think, like, for example, when Minneapolis tried to do some radical reshuffling in its police department, I think it was relatively rare, and most places didn't really do all that much. So I would find it strange to blame a nationwide rise in crime on that. It seems like before you could really conclude very much, you'd want to see what a year without the pandemic looks like. But between a once in 100-year pandemic, I feel like that's probably got a lot more to do with what's going on with respect to homicide than kind of a general feeling of disrespect for the police. Now, that being said, that's just my hunch. I'm certainly no expert on that, but I do think it's at least fair to say that before you blame, Black Lives Matter or the defund the police folks for a rise in crime, I think it would be interesting to see how many places actually did defund the police or pull back on them in any way. Because again, I'm pretty sure that's the exception, not the rule.
Thank you so much, Doobie.
I don't know. I think that I kind of agree with Bastiat. I don't know if there's any any numbers that suggest that this has anything to do with defund the police or BLM or the riots or anything like that. To me, it makes a lot more sense that this would probably have something to do with quarantine, people being stressed out through tough times. That, given those circumstances, it does, to me, I mean, just intuitively, it makes sense that there'd be more violence, murder happening. I don't know of any widespread programs. I know some police departments have adjusted the way that they're interacting with communities, but I don't know of any that have just pulled back to the point we can say, oh, the police just aren't there now. They're not answering calls, and now all of these murders are happening. I just don't know of any data that suggests that. So that's all I got.
Okay, great. Let's go to Polar.
Yeah. Whenever it comes to policing and crime, what an interesting conversation. Okay, so we have a lot of case studies when it looks at that look at specifically police trust and police reliance in a community in comparison to crime rates, and there does seem to be a causational effect there. This is something that's been historically present in a lot of Black communities. Is when we talk about violent crime rates, it's not just necessarily the fact that these groups are just more violent. It has to do with the fact that in a lot of areas, some police are just seen as ineffective, right? They're not seen as actual arbiters. They don't work as well as they should have, and there's a distrust in the way that they actually get things done. So what this can result in is vigilante justice. Vigilante justice is very common in much more common in areas where the police are not trusted than when they are, and this results in a lot of impromptu killings or gang killings as a result, because they don't feel that the police have been able to deal with that aspect. So a major case study on this was, I think, in Oakland, but Oakland now has its own issues, where they started establishing an increased trust in the police, and that was engaging with community boards and making sure that they focus on community policing in that sense, and it helped decrease the violent crime rate, because now a lot of unsolved murders or other homicides or other assaults weren't necessarily being taken into the hands by gang members and individual citizens, but rather the police. I think I have seen the study that STL mentioned, and there does seem to be a lot of evidence for that. So at least when it comes to this case, it's pretty difficult, as mentioned by a lot of people already, that coronavirus has played a massive effect. Whenever it comes to any form of sociological issue, you have to be very careful when it comes to accounting for specific issues and corroborating factors. So I would say that the best thing that we can do is, I don't know if I can come out here and be oh yeah, obviously it's the police and coronavirus. But Bastiat's it's also right. How many of these departments have defunded, and what does it mean to defund? Does it mean that less of a presence, or is it the societal effect? Sorry.
No problem. That's wrong. I know nothing. Once again, excellent streamer, top tier.
A professional streamer, dude, right there.
Yeah, everybody's talking about as everyone's saying, it's not clear how much defunding has actually happened, and my intuition would be at least that the defunding would be happening at a larger scale in big cities than small cities, because those cities tend to be more liberal and democratic. But what we've seen is the homicide rate has actually increased at a higher rate in small cities than in big cities. So that's an interesting thing to throw out there. And then also, if we're talking about what is leading to this record high homicide rate, coronavirus definitely, I think, plays a huge part. People are in more poverty, people are more isolated, et cetera, et cetera. But I also think we had the most highest on record number of sold guns this year. which also correlated with the highest homicide rate, that is percent of homicides that were done by guns, meaning like normally it was like 15%, now like 25% of homicides were done by guns, which leads you to believe that the increased purchases of guns was leading to increased homicides by guns. And with more guns, the normal criminal interactions are going to be more deadly.
Okay. What are counterpoints? Amazing. The very best streamers that I've had on my platform.
So I'm gonna tie this shit. All right. Yeah. So what am I?
No, you're good now. You're good.
Muted?
If you got a delay, what you
I'm not
have is a
fucking muted.
delay. You have a massive delay. Just letting you know. But you can.
All right.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you. All right, so okay, all right, fine, let's go. So basically, I didn't say don't do shit about violence. That was the most dumbass fucking straw man fucking take I've ever goddamn heard. What I said is foreign internal defense. So for those of you who have an IQ above fucking 80, go on to fucking Wikipedia and type in fucking foreign internal defense. It's basically policing, because you can't shoot your fucking way out of an insurgency. So what you fucking do is you train domestic fucking security forces. Do domestic fucking security forces sit on their fucking dick all day? No, they go do the fucking trigger pulling. And on top of that, they speak the language, they know the community, they actually live in the fucking country, they have a vested interest in the society that they live apart, and you pay a fraction of the price. So you can eat my balls, and Bastiat, you're a cool dude, but you can eat my balls a little less. All right, let's talk about crime spikes. All right, so when it comes to fucking crime spikes, basically socialism done left has a masterful document about fucking stats, and in that masterful documents of stats, community-oriented police grants were given to departments, and for every single police officer that showed up into the department, the crime dropped by 1.6%. That obviously shows that police actually do have an impact on crime. So clearly we weren't all eating fucking donuts and jerking off in our squad cars the entire time. That being said, policing needs to change. So the BLM fucking riots, all of the problems that existed before COVID still fucking exist. And regardless of whether or not spiking crime, it's very obvious that we can't keep doing the same thing. So I would be interested in talking about maybe not defund, but what's actually gonna change police. These will be my last points. Police are not robots, okay? Police are not
But you are a robot. You're cutting out. That's incredible timing.
That's what happens when you tell everybody to suck on your balls.
The audio was dropping out. You were roboting literally just then. Why don't you mess around
during the balls or during the 20%?
During the robot.
During the 20%.
Yeah.
The balls.
I'm gonna fuck with my internet. I'll be back.
Okay. Great,
I didn't hear the balls part. Wait, what happened?
Yeah. What about the balls?
You're 17, you can't hear about that.
Okay. All right. So we will get back to him. I wish he was here to hear Joe's response, but Joe, we'll have plenty of time to yell at him later on. Joe, please tell us what you think about all this.
I think everyone's brought up some really good points. I think from an outsider's perspective, the easy access to guns is always going to be the most obvious answer to why fatal crimes are. And that's something really interesting. The trend for fatal shootings has gone up, but the trend for other violent crimes has gone down. And they usually move in syncopation. So it's odd to see violent crimes lower while fatalities go up. It is interesting that it is a national phenomenon. And so it is not useful necessarily to take localized data except to count things out, such as Black Lives Matter's protests, which, as has already been stated, in areas where BLM has been quite prominent, there hasn't been a strong correlation with fatal deaths in those areas. I think, so access to guns, the stress of being locked down, in particular on communities that need work, to be quite honest, that have other material constraints on them. Of course, domestic violence, which hasn't been spoken about a huge amount. When people are stuck in their homes and they're stressed and they're upset, domestic violence is very often a consequence of that. And in terms of the interaction with police, I don't think it's defunding the police or any changes that have been made to policing that has resulted in an increase in crime. But I think community trust in police has taken a hit, and as a result, people are less likely to call the police. People are less likely to serve as witnesses. As Paula said, people are more likely to seek vigilante methods of justice and informal styles of justice because they don't trust the police. The one thing I will say against the rest of the panel, and I'm a bit nervous to bring it up, I personally am very against community policing. I don't think that it results in what you ultimately want it to result in. I think it's a dystopian reform that deputizes citizens and extends the carceral state and means that people can report things like loitering or public drunkenness and get people who are already marginalized in a lot of trouble. I am against the Camden model. I do not support community policing at all.
Okay. I really want Connor to return because I really want him to interact with that.
Yeah, I want to tell him that I know he's one of the. I know.
Okay, silly serious. Okay, silly serious. What the fuck? Fucking get. All right, and you LSP. All right, these balls. All right, your mouth has their name on them.
Hey, what the fuck did I do?
You know what you fucking did. All right, you fucking know what you did. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What did I do?
It's just too fun. He reminds me. I'll tell him this too when he gets back. He reminds me of my father-in-law who talks in a similar fashion. And also has some very heated opinions. So I really appreciate it. He's also got the same beard, so it's a trip. This is like going to family dinner. Oh, sorry. He was I don't know if it was you or he was telling me and somebody else said. Anyway.
Someone
yeah, I said yeah, something like that. So sorry, one of the people on the panel sounds just like your dad. He's so good.
So as far as
okay, so while I was gone, Connor told you guys to suck his balls.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, I actually don't know why, because I don't think I said anything about like not doing anything about violence. Just a little confused. But
wait, but why did he want me to suck his balls?
Okay, I don't know why we are focused on Bastiat's testicles.
We can,
it's a weird thing to be focused on right now.
I got blindsided by the ball sucking thing. I don't know what.
Weren't we all? Okay, so now that Connor is back, Joe called you out. Called you out in front of everyone on the floor, embarrassed you really, saying that your ideas about community policing are a terrible idea, right? And you should be ashamed of yourself for even bringing it up. So how are you going to respond to it?
Listen, I only want consensual ball sucking, okay? If you guys don't want to do it, I won't force you. I want it to be consensual. I'm sorry.
Hey, but you wanted me to suck your balls? What did I do?
No, LSP, I didn't say you. I said Doobie and Bastiat.
What did I do?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mix you up. I'm sorry, I mixed you up.
I'm sorry, LSP. LSP, if you wanted to suck my balls and be in the tiers of people who are making me so frustrated that I'm telling them to suck my balls, I can add you to the list if you would like.
Okay.
No.
Oh
your
my
balls
God,
are
no more
perfectly fine without my
testicles,
mouth.
please. Let's go. We don't have much time.
Hey, by the
here.
way, can we talk about coconuts while we're out?
Oh my God. Anyway.
I'd like to remind everyone there's a minor on the panel.
Oh yeah.
Shit. We're all going to jail now. Fuck.
All right, thanks for that. That's good to know.
Great, wonderful. Anyway, Connor
Why is
points.
there a minor on this panel? What the fuck?
Community policing is a bad idea. That's what Joe said.
Please. Let's talk about police now.
Connor points. What do you think about that?
What do I think about what?
Wait, let me say it to him because he wasn't here. So I agreed with everything that everyone had said, blah, blah, blah. Where I disagreed with you, and I'm sorry, I know you're one of the good ones, especially because you acknowledge that most police are bad. I get it. I've heard you on panels before. But I disagree with community policing, even if there are some statistics that you've cited which show that it has a positive impact on crime. I think it deputizes citizens. It increases the reach of the carceral state. In some areas, it leads to law and order lobbies, which result in more aggressive policing. It means that people who are marginalized end up being more targeted because even a car looking suspicious or someone loitering or someone being drunk in public can be reported and criminalized. So I think it's dystopian reform.
Sure.
Is Connor police? Are you a police officer?
Former.
Wow. Literally
one of the
one of the good ones. One of the good people beating me over the head if I don't pay my taxes. Thanks.
Not according to Doobie, but it's okay.
He's a
but
go ahead.
All right. So anyways, no. So let's talk about it. Okay. So there's a by the way, if you enjoy my passion and my profanity, then you should come check out my channel. because basically I talk about this kind of stuff all the time. There's actually a very specific video that I would like you to watch, and I will speak to it briefly. What do cops actually do? That's the question. And there is a way to do patrolling that's incredibly toxic and terrible and negative, and there's a way to do patrolling that I think is actually quite helpful. So the negative way is I see Prime walking across the street with a backpack at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I say, hey, this looks like a white neighborhood. I'm going to go ahead and stop Prime and see if I can put my hands in his pockets because he's a young black man with a backpack on, and I'm just going to assume that he's a burglar looking for houses. Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to get out of my car. I'm going to talk to him for 3 seconds. I'm going to shove my hands in my pockets and be like, hey, sir, you mind if I search you today? Can I check your ID? And by the time I say, hey, can I search you? My hands are already in his pockets. All right. That's the bad way to fucking
you did?
Right? No, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, Doobie, you're the worst. Anyways, so basically there's a good way to police, which I did do, Doobie, you fuckstick. So basically the good way to patrol is basically what you do is you drive on the same roads over and over again. Literally boop, 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 like over and over again, like a fucking game of ping pong or whatever. And what that basically does is everybody sees you every 30 to 40 minutes. You're not harassing people. You're not fucking up their day. You're not shaking them down for low-level crimes. But at the same time, if there's a burglar or a murderer or a robber or a thief, and they see you basically every 30 minutes, they're going to decide that they're not going to want to victimize somebody in that area because they know that you're going to have a 2 to 3 minute response time. So I'll yield there, but basically there's a responsible way to patrol and there's an irresponsible way to patrol.
Okay, I misinterpreted what you said. I thought you were promoting like the Camden model of community policing and involving community in surveillance of citizens. So I apologize. Don't worry.
I'm for that too.
Damn, that sounds
I'm
awful.
actually I'm actually ignorant on this. What is the
Sorry, I
Camden
cut
model
off
of community
Johnny just
policing?
quickly. I cut off Johnny.
But sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so moving back from the community policing model, what I would be really interested in is actually a model of policing wherein social work is actually integrated into, and I don't just mean being a social worker because obviously that's an entirely different field of jobs, but what I mean is social work. I mean doing social good while you are out and patrolling, because if you are out and patrolling, why not stop people and why not walk up to people on the street and be nice? Why not pick up some garbage in a particular area? Why not do these things that still establish a presence in the community so that, for instance, people who are canvassing houses to burgle them would not want to burgle those houses, of course, but also you're building rapport with the people who actually live in those communities.
100%. And I'd like to
also don't kill black people.
Yeah,
so basically, I want to address this head on, and then I'll try to do it in 30 seconds. Okay. Yes. And also, if you could basically have a social worker per shift, armed, unarmed, uniformed, ununiformed, I don't give a shit. But basically, he would be there for 2 reasons. One, he could take point on mental health calls. That way, he's the first person who's talking to people. If it goes violent, then the cops could intercede. If it's not violent, the social worker is on point the entire time. 2, that would actually calm down the shift because basically they know that they have their happy-go-lucky hug-a-thug social worker friend that's on the shift with them who's taking the risk. But at the same time, he's there. That way, if the shift gets like overamped and violent and crazy and all that kind of shit, they can be like, all right, well, fucking Joe's a good dude. He's chill. He's going to talk to this dude who's pissing me off. Okay. And that's,
okay.
That's
so
good.
We'll go to Joe to respond quickly. LSP, Bastiat, Polar.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point. We already have mental health officers that do ride-alongs on mental health calls in Australia, but something really important to bring up as well is depending on context, because in Australia, social workers were really involved in the stolen generation and taking Aboriginal children away from their families, and the same with doctors. So social work as an answer isn't holistic. All answers to these sort of problems do need to be localized and take into account local conditions.
Okay, LSP.
Yeah, I kind of want to like touch up on a point Johnny made earlier because I think it's actually really important. I don't know if anybody else read the Houston Chronicle article and linked to this. It brings up a really good point about, well, it actually pins a lot of the rise in homicide from 2020 on like COVID, but it brings up the fact that there is like a Ferguson effect that is going to cause police officers to like scale back their policing efforts. That coincides with a delegitimizing effect coming from residents of police, and residents who no longer report crimes or cooperate with police because of increased mistrust. right? These combine to create a perfect storm. Johnny brought up the point about community policing as a remedy to this. She described it perfectly. We don't have to do the Camden model, right? The value of community policing is that you hire police who work within communities, live in those communities that they police, right? So they have a certain familiarity with it, which builds a certain rapport, a certain trust. So it makes people more likely to engage with police officers than if the police were being than if they were being policed by somebody who's a suburb over instead. But, yeah.
Okay. Bastiat on the polar.
Yeah, I don't know much about this community policing stuff, but if that means giving my neighbors any more power to bother me, I'm not in favor of it. Is that what that's about?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody tell me, because I don't want none of that. It's bad enough I got to cut my grass to keep them from bothering me, and now you're telling me we're going to give them some more authority? I don't think so.
First world problems, Bastiat.
Bad enough I got to live near them, all right? No, thanks. I don't want to. I mean, they're okay. They're just, always bother me.
We live in a society, Bastiat.
Take care. Yeah. All that usual stuff they got to say. I don't want any of that. It's one thing for the police. I can do something about the police, but these neighbors, I'm stuck with them.
Okay. So let's go. Joe, you want to respond? And then I'll go to Polar.
Say that I fundamentally, I just want you to know, LSP, I fundamentally disagree with community policing. I disagree with anything that increases the credibility of the police and fixes its issues with the local people and population while without any substantiated effect on police accountability. I don't believe in increasing credibility and legitimacy of the police without actual and increasing policing power without any reforms that show that they actually stop police violence and violence.
Well, your issue isn't community policing, then it's police accountability, which a broad part of the package is. I'm sorry, yeah.
My issue is the police, and I think community policing is a dystopian reform that doesn't actually lead to the changes that I think need to occur.
Well, conceivably, you wouldn't have an issue with community policing if it also was packaged with some sort of police accountability, right? Like citizen review boards.
No, because that can lead to law and order lobbies that increase aggressive police tactics. I would not have an issue with community policing if it didn't improve legitimacy of the police, if it didn't increase police power.
Quick, define this community policing, this Camden model that you're talking about, because I don't
do it from Camden, New Jersey.
Exactly.
Must be terrible.
Yeah, the Camden model was like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Joe. My understanding was the Camden model was when they basically dissolved the Camden Police Department and the Camden Sheriff's Department took over most of the policing duties from that location, right? And it was supposed to have it was supposed to have county policing. It was supposed to have had a decrease in a decrease in complaints as far as I know. I agree with Joe that I don't think the Camden model is the end all be all of models for community policing, though. Like, you don't have to dissolve entire police departments and hand their duties over to some other sister organization. I think you can still have police departments that just hire from within communities and still maintain the same infrastructure.
What's dystopian about it, though? I'm not sure. I'm not getting that part.
So
Yeah.
one of the major. Oh, sorry,
Okay,
Joe,
go,
for it.
Paula. No, please go, please.
Okay, so one of the major critiques of the Camden model is something that Joe did mention was that you don't want people to get in trouble for loitering. One of the main complaints is that the police started taking account of a lot more petty crimes. So petty crime reports were taken a lot more seriously just because of how effective the police were becoming at monitoring crime and monitoring violations. So that was something that increased as well. That's probably one of the larger critiques of it. But I would say that there did seem to be a decrease in violent crime. But I'd actually be interested in hearing some of Joe's proposals to address policing.
You kind of won't like them. No, but my take on why it's dystopian, Bastiat, is because I think it's something that is aiming to improve the situation, but in doing so actually perverts it. So I think that community policing makes the police look more legitimate without actually providing any accountability or any meaningful change. And I think it actually increases the criminalization of non-criminal behavior and increases the reach of the carceral state. So my issue is that community policing gives social power in terms of making the police more legitimate and capital power in terms of increase in funding. So I don't think it actually addresses any of the issues of policing that exists.
Can you define legitimacy for me? What do you mean by legitimate? Wouldn't you want your police department to be legitimate?
Yeah, but I don't think that they are based on their actions. I don't think that they enforce the law in a meaningful way.
What?
Wouldn't a better word for that be just, right? Would you consider legitimacy just?
For me, legitimacy is thinking the police are going to protect me and everyone around me if they are in harm's way if a crime is being committed. And I don't think that is true of the police. I don't think that when a black person calls the police that they get the same access to justice that I do as a white woman. I don't think that's legitimate.
I think that's actually an interesting point because that was the 1800s London. They came up with something called the Peelian principles, and that's one of the big derivate. Like that's where we get supposed to be getting a lot of our police principles from. Is that like the power of the police comes from the people, and it's like their ability to either like their goal isn't just to reduce violent crime, but also to make sure that they're like the people that they're serving are well kept as well. So I mean that's probably a good thing. If that's your standard, then I think it'd be in favor of that standard at least.
Okay.
I would actually.
Sorry.
So go for it, Connor. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. It's these toxic externalities that I don't know. I don't know if Joe's badgering me intentionally or not. But,
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just sensitive. So I'm a sensitive fella. So the basically like I'm okay with what you're saying because basically like I think we could probably meet in the middle as far as solutions go. Okay. So one of the things that Vosh, that fucking asshole who beat up on my good friend Bastiat. Basically,
We're
Vosh,
sorry about that.
I don't want your pity. All right.
Okay.
Hey, don't worry.
He was
your
the second
affection,
place
Bastiat.
winner. We'll look at it
I want
that
your
way. He got
affection.
second
I
place.
got the silver medal at the Hippy Dippy Championship, Bucko. All right, I don't need your pity.
Do you know what's even
You'll get it
more?
next
Do you
time,
know what's
Bucko,
even more
don't worry.
shameful? Joe, who's
What?
on the panel with us right now, beat the dog shit out of me 2 weeks ago, so that's upsetting. Anyways, so basically, all right. So this is what I don't like. Okay, police do generally speaking protect property and protect people. We do, but there's a whole bunch of other toxic shit we do, and you mentioned some of it, like petty arrest, fucking with people, enforcing fucking laws that nobody gives a shit, enforcing traffic violations that literally have nothing to do with road safety. Basically hitting people with fines and fees. Like if you look at the DOJ report about the Ferguson Police Department, they basically treated their entire community like a fucking ATM. All right, that's toxic, that's fucked up, it has to go. All right, and the solution to this is third-party accountability. In the state of Florida, there's something called the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. It already investigates every single shooting inside the state of Florida done by a police officer. I think they should actually have an expanded role where any serious report of misconduct can be basically reported by any citizen, and then police themselves are subject to investigation by the FDLE. Now, whether or not that's a split civilian review board, half civilian, half cop, 60% cop, 40% civilian, I don't really give a shit. But at the same time, what you're effectively doing is you're breaking up power and you're making it accountable. Part of the reason, or part of the problem with complaints that Doobie fucking strawmans me for, is the fact that administrations can basically cover up bad behavior, so bad behavior doesn't get reported. If I was to go to my chain of command and report something, it's just as likely that I would get in trouble for rocking the boat as they would get in trouble for doing something wrong. Now, for all the fucking dumb fucks in chat who think that I falsified police reports, that's not what happened. I knew that a police officer was padding traffic stops. Do you know what that means? That means they said they did more traffic stops than they actually did. They didn't plant drugs on people. They didn't execute somebody and then ask me to cover up the murder. They just said, I did more traffic stops today than I actually did. Okay, thank you.
We'll go to Doobie, then Joe.
So the two things. I just want to point out the I don't want to say hypocrisy. What's what I'm looking for? The irony of Connor talking about accountability and whatnot. You're still excusing the fact that you let this person off. You're aware was padding traffic stops. Was a corrupt police officer is what she was. You're aware of this. You let it happen, and you're still defending it. That's weird to me. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm glad you're no longer a cop. Just to be clear. Second, did I hear that right earlier, Polar? You said that one of the critiques of the Camden model is that they get more minor crime because they're so effective at just like catching
it sounds
crime.
like broken window policing. Like it seems like Camden is just more broken window.
Like, okay, but if the critique is, hey, there's they're catching more crime in the area, that seems like a good thing to me. I don't know the problem.
So I think the issue is that like the problem is a lot of these fines end up being directed at like poor communities anyways, and that's the major critique. It isn't just the fact that like
they shouldn't be committing the crimes.
This
I'd love to
this
catch
is
you
Dude,
with
I
me,
love
Doobie.
you, dude. I
Wait.
don't know what to say. Like, yeah, that's a
Wait.
great point. They should just
Well,
not do the
okay,
caucus.
so Doobie, this is way more philosophical. There's a broader problem with a culture of poverty that leads people to certain behaviors. It's cultural, right? It's not something people necessarily control, right? And you can't just criminalize elements of that culture because it self-perpetuates. It doesn't get rid of the culture. All it does is make that culture worse because it criminalizes elements or people within it, people who've been raised in it. Right? It's not a solution to anything. That's why broken window policing.
Can I give a perfect example?
Joe's been waiting.
Dude, I'm helping you out beautifully. I'm advancing police, and I'll be very quick.
Okay.
Driving while
Wait, me or
license
Doobie?
everybody. I'm helping everybody. Driving while license suspended, and also being behind on child support payments. So if you are behind on your child support payments, you can have your driver's license suspended. While you're on your way to work, a cop can catch you with a minor traffic violation. They find out that you're driving with a suspended license. They take you to jail. So now not only can you not go to fucking work in order to make money to pay your fucking child supports that's in arrears, but your car is at the fucking tow yard and you have to pay bail. How that's not a toxic cycle of bullshit that even Doobie's emotionally stunted ass should be able to understand, I don't know.
It just seems to me that they should just not fall back behind on the child support and support their children.
I knew you
Doobie,
would
why
say
do
that,
you,
Doobie.
Doobie, hey,
So
Doobie,
basic,
man, we
don't
are
end
like
up on the
so
street.
fundamentally different here.
So the
Doobie,
children
why do
don't
you
end up on
think?
the street committing more crimes. Like I don't understand.
Hey,
And so you're saying we're criminalizing?
hey.
Please, you say we're criminalizing parts of this culture. If the culture involves petty theft and dealing drugs, then yeah, we should criminalize that.
Okay.
Well,
Okay,
Doobie,
why
but
do
that's
you
not
go into your job?
critique, though.
Firstly, that's
But
not
that,
what
like,
people are.
yeah, that's not people getting in trouble for in those
entirely
places.
what people are like regarding. Everyone thinks you should enforce laws on theft. My question is, Doobie, why do you think these people commit these kinds of crimes in the first place?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It literally
does
doesn't matter. We can
It
address.
does.
Hold on.
You
We
wanna
can
stop?
please no. Listen, we can address the
Actually-
socioeconomic conditions. We can address the school system. We can address all these other things. Right? We can address the gangs in the area that pull children into them. That we can do all these things, right? While still criminalizing the bad behavior within these communities. It makes it really difficult for people who are just trying to live their fucking lives to live in these communities, right? They have to deal with drug dealers on the corners. They have to deal with people not paying their fucking child support, leading to more children not getting fed properly, ending up on the streets, right? Yeah, we can still criminalize that and deal with all the other reasons that they're in this situation.
So okay. Well, we'll go to Johnny, who hasn't made a chance to talk. Well, then Bastiat, then Joe. Okay. And
He was responding to me.
Hey, no, we've already talked over Joe like 10 times already. Look, all right, and I'm gonna do it twice more.
right,
So Johnny, Bastiat,
I don't
Joe.
care. I don't even want to talk to Doobie.
Okay, so to Doobie's point, yeah, deadbeat dads suck, but also the perpetuating that Connor was talking about is entirely relevant here. People who are already marginalized and already committing petty crimes in order to survive or for whatever reason should not generally be indicted just because of that. I believe. I think a lot of petty shitty crimes in this country just shouldn't be a thing. But actually, the source material that we were given by our fabulous Prime actually addresses this. So in Thomas App's book, Bleeding Out, he actually addresses that there's a really good analogy from the triage in an ER to diagnosis and prognosis and everything like that happens along the way of policing and police reform. So policing immediately has to do with the violent crime that is actively happening in an area. If you have a gang that's patrolling an area, if you have something like that, you need to deal with that immediately. And I think we've all addressed different ways that can be done. I especially like my own idea of social work policing, and Connor steelman that, so I appreciate that. However, along the way, Doobie, what I think you need to realize is that these petty crimes, these breaking windows, these, being behind on your child support, these don't need to be treated as crimes that are necessarily going to harm the community in an irreparable way. They need to be treated with dialectical behavioral therapy and getting people better jobs and helping people when they are just generally down. They need to be addressed with social work programs along the way of addressing policing concerns, rather than them being all treated as the immediate ER, somebody's bleeding out, we got to get somebody into the back of the truck so that we can bring them and lock them down. Like there are different levels to this shit is what I'm trying to say. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Connor.
no.
Sorry.
So we have a very limited amount of time here. To be, you can respond later because other people are going to respond to you. So we'll go to Bastiat, then Joe, who's been waiting patiently.
Damn, Connor looks like he's having a whole barrel of fun over there with both. I think you know, like, somebody breaks my window. I mean, you know, it ain't community problem anymore. That's a real damn problem for me personally. I mean, so I do want to throw that out there because, you know, I think
on your
Doobie,
window. Put a trash can and some duct tape on your window. You gonna be
I don't
fine.
think so.
Whoa.
I don't work. I don't work.
Arrest
and
people
live
who break
in
your window. What are
my
you
home so
talking
that somebody
about?
can break my home and then somebody can tell me, well, you know what? I mean, talk about the dialectical social conditions here, okay? I mean,
How
man,
many neighbors
that's
do you
all I
have,
know. I didn't
Bastiat?
do nothing.
Yes.
I didn't do nothing.
Oh,
And yet I got upset for that. And, you know, I think that gets to a point that Doobie made here, right? It's real easy to look at Doobie smoking, you know, the frog smoking a Doobie here and have a laugh and all that. But you know what? A few minutes ago, when we were talking about foreign intervention, you know, nobody in here was saying, okay, can we think about what these terrorists, all right? What about their social conditions? What about them? No, the only question was, do you blow them up or not? Nobody was thinking about them as individuals. Nobody was thinking about their social conditions. And now
But we didn't really get to that depth of conversation.
Except for
suddenly
Connor.
now suddenly that we're here in the United States, it's all no. You know what? You gotta, you know, you can't enforce the law. You gotta think of everybody as an individual. I mean, why is why is this suddenly changed so much now?
I disagree with that. I think Joe actually did address this, right? Like, and saying like, well, first of all, I mean, these people are humans. Are they able to retaliate? Like if we encroach upon them, right? Like, and just that, in general, these people are they're actually people here, and we look at them as simply targets on the ground. So I think we actually did sort of address this, but go ahead.
Thank you, my hero. Yeah, can I go?
Yes, please.
My turn?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. First of all, Connor, I'm sorry that I was annoying you and frustrating you, but it is, I don't normally talk about my personal life on stream. I have a brother and sister who are extremely high up in the police force. It's not that I hate individuals who are police. I have a real issue with the institution of policing. It's not anything to do with you as a person. But I do think there is a need for law enforcement. I think that is separate from policing, just as I think, classic linguist, that there is a difference between crime and harm. And that the crimes that police enforce and prosecute or arrest or patrol or whatever it is that police do don't necessarily always align with harms caused in the community. And so Doobie, like, that's sort of my issue. You were doing so well, and I'm really appreciative that you did end crime for us just with the very simple prescription of stop doing it. But unfortunately, some people commit crime because they don't have material needs. I know that's not good enough for you. I know you have a very strong opinion on this. But for instance, in my country, in the state of WA, if you don't pay fines, you are put in prison, which in no way helps your ability to pay that fine, because often you lose your job because you are incarcerated, and often you lose your children because there is no one there to look after them. So a simple unpaid parking fine can completely destroy your life. I don't think that that is proportional. I don't think that stops future crime. And I think the aim of law enforcement should be to reduce harm overall and to stop crime in the future. And I don't think that those things do that.
Okay, so we'll go to Polar, then we'll go back to Doobie, then Bastiat.
I don't know what kind of neighborhood Bastiat lives in. I'm assuming that some kind of like economists, because I think he has some Keynesian in his state, like Keynesians in his like fucking neighborhood or some shit, breaking his windows. But no, in reality,
that was a top tier joke, right? It may not get the appreciation it deserves, but that was top tier.
That is a very good joke.
Yeah. No, but I have a meme right here. I think, Doobie has some interesting ideas. I would propose an alternative thesis. One of my favorite authors, David Friedman, specifically talks about how we can create a system where you have private police officers who allow for freedom in this sense, where you have the ability to buy whatever policing institute that you want. And then as a result, like if you're too poor, that doesn't really end up working out. So no, Joe, I do agree with Joe, but I have a question for Joe. Joe, do you think that the institution of policing, the institution of policing is inherently corrupt? This is an interesting conversation, and just in general.
Yeah, I know, and it's gonna get me in trouble with the people because I do, and that is not a that's not a fun tweet position for me. I'm very involved in prison abolition and the reduction of the carceral state. It's a huge part of my overall political philosophy. I do think that the institution of policing, because I think it's a reform of the corporal system. So I think it's, once again, this development where we're constantly trying to look at how we stop people from committing crime and just reforming what existed before without actually thinking about how to reduce harm.
I think this is just an interesting conversation in general. But what would
No,
you?
I know, I'm gonna get slayed now.
No, you're not the only person to hold this. I've had this conversation a couple times. I just think it's an interesting one.
Okay, Doobie, Bastiat, I know nothing.
Yeah. So to be clear, right? I'm not saying it's just don't do crime. Right? Of course, it's not that simple. Like I said earlier, we can address the socioeconomic conditions. We can provide them other opportunities, but there is a line, and if they cross this line, yes, there are consequences. Right? I don't think it makes sense to say, oh, drug dealing, not paying your child support, not paying your parking tickets, ignore all that shit. The socioeconomic conditions, blah, blah, blah. I've been very poor. I grew up extremely poor in one of these neighborhoods that requires heavy police presence because there's fucking gangs there and drug dealing and fucking prostitutes and pimps wandering the streets all night. And I didn't resort to crime. I know many people that did. Right. I know many people that grew up in the same way that also didn't. Right. Being poor doesn't just make you a criminal. Right? This is a choice that people make. Right. So what I'm saying is that we can provide them the opportunities. Right. If they decide to ignore those opportunities and instead go rob a liquor store or deal drugs on the corner, and poison their communities with this shit, then yes, there are consequences, serious consequences. I think draconian fucking consequences, and I think that's okay. Right. I think that making these excuses like, saying, oh God, well, this is going to affect minorities. Well, fuck, maybe these minorities shouldn't be doing the crime, right? Who cares who it is, right? If they're doing these things, there should be consequences, and I don't think we should back away from that. I making all these excuses and talking about socioeconomic conditions and whatnot just seems like just fucking. I don't want to be rude.
Agree with
it sounds like privileged bullshit from people who've never grown up in these neighborhoods.
I agree with you. The way you phrase it is
So-
always just like it's getting hit with a train.
Bastiat, Polar, then Connor,
All right.
and then Joe.
Okay. I
Oh,
have,
sorry,
I
no,
have
nothing too.
one
I'm-
question
I'm-
for Doobie and one question for Joe here. All right, Doobie, first of all right. Yeah, I know you seem to me like some kind of liberal talking about child support. If women can get abortions, why do I have to pay child support?
Oh, actually,
Riddle me that.
So
Riddle me that.
really quickly.
Why can't I just say? Why can't I just pull the
So-
plug on the child support then?
Wait, hold on. It's really quickly. Just to be clear that I am supportive of ideas that might reduce some of these things, right? I'd be okay with like paying people to be chemically castrated for a few years. There's a possibility, right? $25,000. You can't have kids for 5 years, right? You agree to this, you get the money, and then you can lift yourself up out of this place, right? I think that's fine. Right, so I'm okay with supporting these people.
I don't really know what that has
You're not
to
even
do with-
answering Bastiat's question.
It doesn't even
I
matter.
mean, I know the question was
Bastiat,
a little bait.
Ask
but-
your question to
All right.
Joe.
I do
Yeah,
have
I know
a
that's
serious
right, but I
question
want
though
to
for
give
Joe.
you a
I
perspective.
do have a serious question for Joe. All right. So I know you're saying prison abolition and fines aren't, you should have fines enforced with prison time. But I guess how do you propose to enforce the fine then if you don't eventually back it with some kind of threat of imprisonment? Like ultimately all law seems like, in the final analysis, no matter how many steps you put in between it, you presumably have to say at some point, if you don't pay the fine, you don't do X, Y, or Z, all we can do is send you to prison, right?
Well, I mean, it depends what your
No,
goal
there's
is.
community
If you
service.
actually want, if you actually want the fine paid.
But if you don't
I
do the
don't
community
understand.
service, then
I think community-based approaches are largely better, especially ones that contribute to the actual goal, which is to get the fine paid, which means people can't lose their jobs because they will inevitably never be able to pay that fine.
Sure, but I guess, are you just saying that at a certain point, just don't collect? I mean, because if you're not,
No,
what
I mean,
does
there
the
are other-
state do then?
Okay,
If it,
for
if
instance-
you refuse to participate in all these programs, right? If I just say,
Sure.
I'm doing your community service, I don't care. Hey, you know what? I don't owe child support, all right? For the ridiculous reason I said earlier. So I'm not paying it. I don't care what you tell me to do. Eventually,
Yeah.
you
I
do
mean,
have
lots
to
of
lock me
people-
up if I don't
Lots of
comply
people
with all
don't
these
pay
things,
child
right?
support lots of people don't pay child support and they don't end up in prison. What I'm talking about here is there are lots of, I mean, maybe not in your crazy country where nobody is supported at all, but in my country, people have extreme like healthcare and social welfare, and a lot of those public government services can be stopped and halted until you pay a fine. A lot of community services can be halted until a fine is paid, which has significant impacts on those people, which encourages them to pay fines. I don't think
Which
throwing
services would you propose halting?
Like, would you cut my healthcare?
I wouldn't cut your healthcare. I
To
wouldn't cut
restrict access to
I
public
wouldn't
buses and
like you're
whatnot?
asking, you know, here's the thing. To be honest, if you're asking me about my opinion, which I think is dumb, I would not charge fines. I wouldn't do anything with fines. I wouldn't have fines. I don't think that they're
So then what do you do
useful.
with these
What
people
are the
then?
laws?
What do you, like these low-level criminals? What do you do with them?
Nothing, apparently.
People who
Slap on the
park
wrist.
in the wrong place. I mean, this is the thing. I have
No,
more
like-
parking
No,
fines than anyone I
oh.
know. I've never ended up in prison. I think it targets specific communities.
Okay. So
And this
Okay,
is
well,
the
hold
thing.
on.
What do you do?
But I
Please.
agree with you. I just
Can
want to say I really do agree
Sure.
with you, because I think I come across as one of these privileged white liberal people who scream ACAB and
nothing to do with you
defund the
being white.
police. No, but I'm just saying, like, I 100% resonate with what you're saying, and I think a lot of people scream about defunding the police and don't realize particularly how certain communities that they say are impacted by police really rely on police because crime is so high in their
Right,
communities.
Joe, but
I
wait,
really
wait,
Can I
acknowledge
ask?
that.
Can I ask? Please, can I ask a question really quickly? So even using someone who parks in the wrong space. So let's say they just keep parking in the wrong space over and over again. We don't give this person fines. Do we just like
it's even
let them
worse. It's
fucking
a
do it?
handicap space. Let's qualify
Yeah,
it.
they park in handicap spaces just over and over again.
Real
They
scumbag
refuse
behavior.
to stop. Like, what do we do? Towing the car can be extremely expensive. Most of these people
So
can't
what?
fucking
That's
afford
not
that,
fine.
especially in these communities. Right? Towing the car means they lose the car because the car's gonna get like
Yeah.
tossed up at auction.
But dude, this is what I'm talking about. Like I have friends who park in fucking handicap spaces in their little Porsche Boxsters, and they've never
Why
been
are
put
they
in prison.
your friends?
They've never. Well, they're
Bullshit.
not they're my Instagram friends.
I call
like,
bullshit.
Hold on. Can you?
Calling
not
Okay,
bullshit. I can just send you
no,
the
I'm
fucking
not going to call
screenshot.
you right. Hold on. No, I believe you. So let's say your friends do that and they keep doing that. They don't get fines. What should be done with these people? Do they just get to keep parking in handicap space and taking the space away from people who needs it?
No one should be doing that. But I'm saying it's a disproportionate enforcement of the law that's the issue.
How do you enforce this sort of a situation, though? He's asking
Well,
what
you
do.
either enforce it across the board. I don't think fines make sense when people. How are you going to get people? I guess if you're privileged and you have the money to pay the fine and you're not paying the fine because you're a dick, sure, there's an argument there. But what I'm saying is, in my country, those fines are disproportionately enforced against people who do not have the ability to pay the fine. And I don't understand how
Okay,
putting them in
Joe.
prison gets you closer to that.
Let's say they can proportionally enforce it. What do you want them to do? That's what Doobie's asking. Specifically, what should be the repercussions for these crimes?
Okay,
Selling the
fine,
car
guys.
is
You got
free.
me. I don't know. I don't have the entire answer for changing law enforcement. But I know I object to fines. I know I object to the imprisonment of people who don't pay fines. I don't have the answers right now because I
Do you object?
honestly.
Okay. Well,
Do you object to
Yeah,
like
that's-
mandatory
Sorry,
community service?
I think we've.
No, I'm fine with community service. I'm fine with community service that doesn't put someone in a position where they lose their job.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on. So she's giving her answer. I know nothing. As we're waiting.
Yeah, I feel bad because I mostly just want to go silly serious, and I feel like she's just gotten a lot of that.
You can do. It's just the thing is, like, obviously, like I am committed to police reforms, but I didn't read up before coming here. I can tell you what I personally feel, which is that I object to imprisonment over fines, but I can't give you prescriptive solutions to it, because if I was going to do that, I would actually do a bit of research for you and give you actual solutions that are tangible and based in research.
Fair enough.
Okay, sure. So instead, I'll ask about the community policing thing. Like, I guess I never really kind of understood what you had against it. Like, it seemed almost like an accelerationist approach where it gives the police some extra legitimacy. So despite the benefits you get from it, we still shouldn't do it because it further entrenches the police. Is that what it was?
No, it's sort of close. It does further entrench the police. It gives them more funding, more power, more legitimacy. But those benefits that you speak of, I don't think are substantiated. And in the research I've seen, are not substantiated.
Okay, I mean, like I guess like if you like look at like the Nordic countries that have these types of models, or even like you look at Camden, which is the classic example we talked about. Like Camden's violent crime rate went down 43%. Its normal crime rate also went down a ton. Like the evidence seems to very much show that like community policing does have some positive effects. So if the only negative effect is that it makes it harder to like abolish the police or get like these very, very high level reforms, which I don't think, no.
No, it's not. I mean, like, I think that's a simplistic sort of exaggeration of my view. Like, especially using, people react so much whenever someone says abolish the police. Like, I can't say it without people being like, you're exaggerating. You're being like, you're trying to incite things. It's not about that. It's about the extending of the police state to the fact that your neighbors, someone like George Zimmerman, is given legitimacy under a community policing program to watch someone's behavior and decide that it is criminal in nature just off an instinct. And I have a real issue with that. I don't want people acting as deputized police officers when they're not in the police force.
Okay. So so we're gonna go to Polar, and then we'll go to counterpoints. We've already gone long on this topic, so like if we want to get to the other one, which I think we might want to, we want to go to the other one, then we're gonna have to cut this off in Polar.
Just a quick question, Doobie. How do you feel about free will? You think it exists?
Oh God,
I don't think it's important.
Doobie. I don't want you to explain your answer. I don't want to explain how you relate it. I'm just curious.
The answer is no. The answer is no. I don't believe we have like some kind of soul that gives us.
That's all I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
Like obviously, right? But I don't think that matters. I think we need to live as if it does, right? And to see all the consequences of people's actions.
Doobie, that's actually not I'm going to somewhat agree with you, okay? I'm a pretty hard determinist, but I do believe that people should try within their ability to change their life as much as possible. That's all I have to say. I was just curious about his opinion on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Connor.
All right. So, Johnny. Johnny's a fucking genius, and everybody should listen to Johnny at all times for fucking everything.
So is Joe not a genius?
Well, no,
it's
Joe's
okay, guys.
also a genius.
My best
No, Joe's a fucking genius, but she's a pain in my ass. So that's
Can I be a genius?
Doobie, you're smart, but you're a real pain in my ass. All right. So anyway, Johnny brought up the metaphor of bleeding and the hemorrhage, and I think I can demonstrate even to Doobie that this metaphor works very well and it's very important. Okay. One of the things that frustrated the fuck out of me, because I think Joe and I actually share similar frustrations with the way that law enforcement can be enforced, not at all times enforced, but can be enforced, is that when a tactical cop who has a chip on his shoulder and he never joined the military, so he thinks that he's in fucking Iraq, despite the fact that he's in a city of 15,000 people, and maybe his dad was a little racist and all that kind of shit, so he gets his fucking rocks off by fucking sticking his hand in Prime Kai's pockets. When that guy fucking runs up on Prime Kai, says, "Hey, sir, you mind if I search you?" And then by the time he has the "mind if I search you" out of his fucking mouth, he has his hands in his pockets and he finds a dime bag of weed. Well, there's only 4 or 5 people on the patrol shift at that time. And the model that I was talking about, in which basically, cops basically patrol the same neighborhoods over and over again, and that actually deters crime. When that cop is off the street with a bullshit crime, whether it's drunk and disorderly, a dime bag of fucking weed, some bullshit fucking crime that like DeWillis, which is driving while license suspended or something like that, effectively he's no longer patrolling his zone. And what happens is criminals no longer see the patrol vehicle in their zone and they say, "Hey, that guy's gone because he arrested Prime for a dime bag of weed. I'm gonna go fucking burglarize fucking this guy's house because fuck that guy," and the cops are no longer around. And what basically happens while Prime is in jail and the other cop is doing the paperwork is that zone gets fucking ransacked. So instead of putting a tourniquet by driving patrol over and over again, you effectively slapped a Band-Aid on the community, and then because you were gone and you were the community's metaphorical EMT, somebody ran up and fucking sliced an artery. So that's where basically what cops need to fucking do is they need to pay attention to real crimes. I further reject, and I'll try to wrap this up, but I further reject that minor crimes don't matter. Burglary matters, theft matters, battery matters, domestic violence matters. Murders matter. And the reason why is because people who get away with fucking petty crimes end up escalating until they get caught and they get punished. So I kind of reject that burglary isn't a fucking big deal. And Bastiat, if your window gets fucking smashed and I was a cop in your fucking neighborhood, I would do something about it, even if you're a rich douchebag who parks your Porsche in fucking Joe's parking spot. Okay. Furthermore,
it spurs the economy, dude.
Car because I don't give a fuck if you're rich, and if cops in your neighborhood don't fuck with rich people, they're bad cops. Fucking with rich people is one of the best parts of being a fucking cop because a doctor thinks he has a god complex, and just because he's a fucking doctor, he thinks he can park in the handicap stop. Scott, fuck that guy. Here's a $350 ticket. And if you think a final point, and this can be my closing statement as well. I'm always frustrated and annoyed. So if you think that I'm personally attacking you, I'm not. I'm just perpetually annoyed. So sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, boss, did you want to say something to that? Okay, great. Joe,
Oh, I thought we were like
Joe,
no.
if you have a final word on this, then we'll say it. Then we'll leave it at that because we have to move on to the next topic.
Yeah, I just really quickly, there is community control of policing, which I just put a link in our private chat, which relates to increased accountability, which I would really support. And I just did a very, very extremely cursory look at the fine thing because I wanted to be able to give you something. And in Australia, the proposed changes are allowing for lower repayments of as small as $15 to $20 over a series of weeks, so that it's not paying $200 at a time, but also allowing people to elect to go to court and explain their situation to the magistrate's court instead of immediately putting them in prison because they have an unpaid fine on their docket.
Okay, so we're moving on. I gotta do so, or you guys are gonna get mad at me later on because like, oh, this is going long, and you'll be yelling at me. Okay, all right. Topic 3. In Australia, and thank you, Bastiat. Thank you for taking off that hoodie. Like, please don't deny us your beautiful hair. Oh my God, that it hurt. It hurt while that was happening. Let's never do that again, please. All right.
I wanted to fit in. I saw you put the hoodie on. Right,
okay. But I'm not denying anyone anything. It's good. No one cares. All right. Topic 3. In Australia, an unnamed cabinet minister has been accused of raping a 16-year-old girl many years ago. The alleged victim was 49 years old when she sent a letter to the current prime minister that contained her accusations. Shortly thereafter, she took her life. The PM, the Prime Minister, is currently standing by the minister in question. Government regulations say that the official should step down while an investigation occurs. If this minister were to be found guilty, should he be allowed to stay in office, especially since this allegation was decades old? Since it is entirely possible he is a different person than he was before, should this necessarily disqualify him from his position? And we want to thank our good friend Joe Sirius for being so kind as to introduce this topic to us. And in fact, why don't we start with her and then we'll see what everyone has to say. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so I obviously have very complicated beliefs on this because anyone who's heard me speak about these sorts of allegations before know that I tend to be wary of them, mainly because, firstly, I think some people are really bad at their jobs and should be fired because they're bad at their jobs instead of for being a sex pest or a rapist, because I think in some cases you have extreme war criminals who will go down in history as mere sex pests because this is the allegation that was weaponized against them. So I have a problem with that. I also have a problem with these allegations weaponized against people who generally do good. And therefore, for some reason, we forget about due process and we forget about these sorts of things because these allegations have become so weaponized in the current climate. Where I do take it extremely seriously is 2 areas. Firstly, I will let you know that allegedly the MP in question is our Attorney General, so the highest legal officer in the land. And this is not the first time that he has had issues of sexual misconduct and misogynistic behavior come up publicly. When our Prime Minister was asked about our AG's woman problem, he said, well, it wasn't under my tenure, so it's not really an issue. Also, at the moment in Australia, 3 women have just come forward to say that they were raped in Parliament House. And so the Liberal Party, who are in charge at the moment, have a serious optics problem when it comes to taking sexual assault seriously. This man also has appointed no female judges pretty much and had a woman sacked from the Bar Society because she spoke out against him when she worked under him as the Director of Public Prosecutions in WA. So he doesn't have a good track record with women. He doesn't have a good track record on how he's responded to royal commissions into sexual assault in our country. And given the current extreme problem that women have with our government and how they treat sexual assault, unfortunately, in this case, I would be in support of him stepping down from the front bench. I think it doesn't. I think if you've got party politics and you need to put the interests of the party first, I don't think the highest legal, for me, a sexual assault does impact the highest legal authorities in the land's ability to do his job in terms of perception at the very least, and public trust in his ability to execute that role, given that he is very much entangled with royal commissions and investigations as well. A lot of them are to do with sexual assault. So normally, Cuomo, for instance, in your country, I'm not for that. I think that he's a horrible politician, that lots of people die because of negligence, and that should be why he loses his job, if anything. But in this case, when I really consider it, I don't think it's fair for him necessarily to lose his job over this, but unfortunately that's politics, and I think optically he probably needs to lose his job at this time.
Gotcha. Johnny.
Okay, let's be really clear here. The ministerial code of conduct under which this person operates says, by the way, we are not talking about the PM here. We are talking about an unnamed minister. And I think that's pretty important. So a minister should stand aside if that minister is subject to an official investigation of alleged illegal or improper conduct. The issue here being that the woman who issued the allegations is now passed away. And so therefore there will probably never be any arrest, let alone any official investigation. Now, getting a little bit deeper into this, I would say that it's pretty cut and dry that no one has to resign here. That is not a legal imperative. That is not an imperative of this ministerial code of conduct. However, I do agree with Joe that if this party had any guts about it as far as actually standing up for their position on women and sexual assault, or if this minister in particular or the PM wanted to make a statement about that and truly take into account how optical politics is coming into play here, I think they would do what's best for the party and step down, or at least take a seat aside and not take any, they could do a lot of things. They could say, I'm not going to take any raises. I'm not going to take, part of my salary this year, something like that, something to pay sort of penance for the issues that this is causing to the party.
Okay, great. Let's go to LSP. And again, let's hurry it up because I want to get to the conversation. So please keep it under a minute long.
What we established from the last conversation was Bastiat lives in a rough neighborhood where people keep breaking his windows. Polar's world thinks that's economically good. Counterpoints wouldn't do anything about it. Doobie's not questioning why people are breaking his window. And Joe wants to dismantle the police department investigating it. Should the MP step down? This depends on whether or not there's an indictment for these charges in question. The accusation alone isn't substantial enough to warrant his stepping down. That's my opinion on it. This is entire. Should there be an investigation? Of course, but I assume the MP is democratically elected. I'm probably talking on my ass here, but this is a person who holds an office chosen by the people. A formal indictment should determine whether or not he has to step down for the people. Like he's the people chosen for service.
Okay, don't worry, boss. We will get to you. Next, Connor.
Yeah, I'll be quick. What I would like to contribute to this conversation is basically how sex crimes are investigated. As far as how far it impacts politics, I don't have much to say. I think this is all an optical calculation. We all have to make our own calculations and moral judgments. But basically, if you are the victim of the sex crime, or if you are the victim of a sex crime, what I would say is report it immediately. What I would also say is try to retain any physical evidence, whether that's the outfit you wore that night or the basically, let's just be real here, any bodily fluid. Part of the problem with the sex crimes is that when they're reported after the fact, whether that's months, years, decades later, or something like that, physical evidence is gone. Oftentimes witnesses have hazy or shitty memory of it, and that basically any potential video evidence is also lost. So from a prosecutorial standpoint, rape and sex assault is one of the hardest crimes to prosecute possible, just because the evidence doesn't exist unless you report it immediately and maintain that evidence.
Okay, great. Doobie.
I'm a little bit torn on this one, to be honest with you. I half agree with Joe, right? I think that if I were him, I would probably step down just because it's an optics nightmare for not just for the party, but for the country, right? There's just gonna be this cloud hanging over him forever, right? But I think the other side of that is that, like, you can't really get into a situation where just the allegation is enough to strip someone of their position, right? Whether it's legally or just this pressure on them, to do it for optics, right? So you're kind of stuck, I think, like in a catch-22. So I'm a little bit torn. I can go either way on this one.
Okay, Bastiat.
Like the reason it's not economically beneficial to break windows is that at the end of the day, with the broken window, you have lost the wealth to society that the window represents. All right, you don't gain that back even if somebody is manufacturing a new one, because you could have had the new one and the old one. All right, so society is poor when the window is broken, and the reason that's important is the French economist who I took my name from, Bastiat, is kind of
Friedrich
famous for-
Bastiat. Hey, I always suspected that. You're named after Friedrich Bastiat, right?
Yeah. So that's
son-
where I think where Polar's meme.
Yeah,
started.
that's just a Keynes meme. Yeah, it's just a stupid one.
Gotcha.
So past that, so good meme. So past that, I was gonna say, I would agree with LSP that if they're democratically elected, I don't know that it's really a good thing to start a. I mean, maybe even generally to start something where if all you have is an allegation and you don't have anything else, including an evaluation of its credibility, to make it a practice of resignation. But I will say that, as an American, I can't speak to this specifically, but I'm personally kind of tired of the way that Australian news constantly dominates these panels and constantly dominates the news cycle.
True.
I think that's a little bit, frankly, I wish we talked about more American issues sometimes. So anyway, that's really all I had to say.
I'm sorry. I will always tilt things in favor of my friend Joe. That's always been the case. I am not equal here. I'm not impartial. It's Joe all day, every day. All right, moving forward. No, nothing. Like 3 for 3.
Frustrating.
He was typing instead of talking. He's typing out of his response.
But he's got this guy's a massive Twitter personality.
Okay.
Probably
He
dropped
is.
10 bangers while we were.
Yeah, while we were
He
speaking.
is the best.
He's got to
Twitterer.
get his opening in 280.
No, nothing, please.
Yeah, so I don't want to waste any more time. I just wasted that time. Basically, yeah, he shouldn't have to resign like legally, but I mean, if we're talking about what he morally should do as a person, like if he did it, he obviously should resign and like face a lot more punishment than resigning. And yeah, pretty much. I mean, and it's probably best for the party politically for him to resign as well.
Gotcha. Polar.
Yeah, in an ideal world, like where this, like, if he had really like rehabilitated and he's just a different person, it would suck if he had to. But as Joe mentioned, if it's the suspected attorney general, it's just a shitty attorney general, like in general, then there's probably a good reason for it. Whereas now in society, like the party politics and the optics of it would just look terrible and probably do more harm to the party in and of itself. We see this with people like Justin Trudeau, and there are like questions as to whether they should expel him from the party. Personally, this dude should probably step down. It's just really optically bad. Having any form of like a person who's engaged in sexual assault is worse than having a person who hasn't been alleged of engaging in sexual assault when it comes to party politics, at least the optics of it, which I mean, to a certain extent sucks for the people who aren't, but what can you do, right?
Okay. So I'm a little torn on this as well. As to what should happen. It's not easy. So I believe I said in the question that like if this guy is found guilty, right? Yes. If the minister were to be found guilty, should be allowed to stay in the office. So that's where I was going with that, not like simply by allegations. So definitely, let's actually have an investigation.
Oh yeah, if he's
These
found
things.
guilty, kick him the fucking ass out.
I think that the allegation is the interesting point, though, isn't it? Right? Like, obviously, we can all instantly agree that someone who's found guilty of a sexual assault shouldn't hold the office of the first legal officer in Australia. Obviously, but there's no way to investigate this. Doobie,
Well, not
maybe in
necessarily.
but not
You know what? I'll take the hot position on this one.
No, I'll
Okay.
even on this too. Like, you shouldn't be tied down for crimes you've committed long
No,
past
and
ago.
actually, now you said that, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I will.
Hey, what the fuck? Hold up.
I still
What is
haven't.
the statute of what is the statute of limitations on rape? Isn't it murder? Like, isn't it like fucking life that you can still prosecute a rape if you can prove it?
We're not deriving from law. We're not deriving from law. We're looking at the legal
Wait,
aspect.
so to be
Even
clear,
if you
are you
are-
guys saying that? Yeah, are you guys saying that hey, if someone rapes somebody 40 years ago, right? And it comes out 40 years later, and they're like growing like cabbages on a farm somewhere. This person shouldn't face any legal repercussions if we can prove to rape somebody.
Can I answer that question, Doobie? It depends. If this person is like would not engage in that crime again, probably not. No.
Fuck that.
No.
I would
Set it straight up.
Yeah, no, that's
Hold on, Joe, go ahead.
You want?
Hold on, Joe, go ahead.
I'm not talking about someone who committed a crime and never was
Yeah,
accused.
we're
never-
going to assume they've already paid their price to society.
For me, and this is a really difficult thing, right? Because what is actually the best for being able to rehabilitate is to be honest and take accountability for your actions. But given the current climate where if you admit to doing something bad, you're a monster and a criminal and you're written off forever, that's not conducive to people owning up to misdeeds. For me, it's not about him being fired. I agree, he's democratically elected, but he's a chosen member of the front bench. He's a cabinet member, and he can step down to the back bench and someone can take his position. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's not legal. It's not about anything fair. It's politics. And unfortunately, we're having a horrible time when it comes to sexual politics at the moment in Australia. And it's not a good look that your first officer of the law is accused of anally raping a 15-year-old.
So, but okay, so I haven't finished my point. And Johnny, I see your hand there. So, yeah, I can go all kinds of ways with this. First of all, yes, democratically elected through a parliamentary system. But like when people elected that party, right? They assumed. I'm assuming they were assuming that a rapist would not be installed as like the #1 law enforcement officer. So I think that's a problem. On the other end of it, though, does it actually matter? I guess maybe it's the statement of values. Like, do these things actually matter? It's not directly related. I mean, if we moved away from, because it's suspected it's the Attorney General who is the person, the Australian Attorney General, who is the person being accused of this, right? But if we move away from that position to any other position, right, because that's a law enforcement position, right? Assault is not necessarily have anything to do with their job. Like public safety is not having anything to do with their job. So should they be moved away from it? Should they lose that? Especially since it happened so long ago. I think maybe it goes to their character, right? Especially since they aren't owning up to it one way or the other. Though on the other side of it, I do see exactly what Joe's point is that like we're certainly not incentivizing people to do so, right? Saying that well, if you come out and if you admit these things, then well, we can work with you. We can understand. We can find some sort of rehabilitative option, right? To respond to this, right? We're certainly not doing that. It's all retributive, right? So in that real world situation, what is the accused supposed to do, and then how can we does it matter that we're making things right for the accuser, right? This accuser has took her life, unfortunately. But like, is that part of it? There's so much to this question. Johnny, go ahead.
Okay, so something that I wanted to say in my closing statement for the last particular topic was actually how we look at foreign relations or relations that we can actually affect with our power as constituents of our districts. So in this particular case, and by the way, my point to that was actually that when we talk about things that happen with the American military, the American people, most of these people on the panel, do not have any say in what happens with the American military. And so we're almost kind of numb to it when things like the bombing do happen. However, with American policing, we do have a little bit more community control. We do have city councils. We do have people who we can directly go to their offices and we can take this up with them. And I think that that's applicable in this case because if people in Australia, as Joe has outlined, are already having serious issues with this AG, and so many things are coming out about him that are inherently disrespectful to a certain group of people, and especially something that would rile people up on an international scale the way this has, I do believe that in this particular case, it wouldn't be now that I'm thinking about it, it wouldn't be the AG's place to step down. It would be the Australian people's place to step up and say, as Parliament, you have to disbar him or take him out of office because we are no longer going to stand by his effect on our national politics.
Okay. Go ahead, Puller.
Yeah, I would say I somewhat agree with Johnny, but I also think it's important to look at like the political aspect of this, right? Like I assume party politics plays just as probably play also a large role in your government as well. How does this optically look for the party? What party is this Attorney General a part of?
So he's
Joe?
part of the ruling party, but it's the Conservatives.
Yeah, so like it probably looks somewhat bad. If they're the same type of conservatives, I don't want to get into that.
So just to give you a bit of
Liberal
context
Party.
as well, the Prime Minister, so when the allegations of rape just came out in Parliament House by a senior chief of staff, the Prime Minister said that he was really umming and ahhing about it, but then his wife told him to imagine it was his daughters, and he realised that it was actually quite serious. And then another member of Parliament said that he didn't really understand and he didn't have an opinion to say on this he said, she said that had happened in Parliament House. And then another politician from this party said that Australia really punches above its weight when it comes to domestic violence. So this party isn't having a great time optically when it comes to its woman's issue. And that's why I'm saying, like, sure, it's not fair, but this might be a time to be like, let's scapegoat this AG because otherwise we've lost women.
I was just gonna ask you, do you think if like, do you think this would make a difference to the voters of the Conservative Party whether they step down or not, or like, do they already have an established base to a certain extent that just doesn't really care about this?
Well, the thing is, the first rape victim who came forward was a Conservative staffer, and all of them have been Conservative staffers. So it is seeming to have a little bit more resonance.
Okay.
And a Labor politician, so a Democrat politician, was sacked last year for sexual harassment because she told her one male staffer that he should wash the dishes. And so
being fired.
Sacked,
fired. Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
fired. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll translate
So,
for
like,
you.
there's a weird a lot of the Australian people are saying, well, if that quantifies a fireable offence, and this man has a history of not appointing women, being accused of sexism in a huge investigative report, not taking Sexual Assault Royal Commission seriously, and now it's coming out that he raped multiple women, allegedly, that is something serious.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think optically, if this is starting to become a larger issue and that the Conservative voters are starting to care about this, optically for the sake of the party, they probably should get rid of this individual.
Okay. That sound right now, that sound is my high horse, which has appeared, and I think I'm going to get on it. So what is justice served here? Seriously, like, what is justice served? Because I keep hearing you guys talking about, like, the optics of this politically, right? And it bothers me a lot, right? Because it sounds to me that once you reach a certain level in society, a certain status, once you get into a political office, right, that now there are other calculations that you have to worry about, right? When you've committed a crime, when you've actually done harm to someone, right? Now, well, I mean, but he or she is a very powerful person, right? So let's rethink this before we actually give justice, right? So what that means is that people get trampled on, right? And then people don't even bother to report. I mean, this woman, right? She took her life. She knew what was coming. This victim, she knew what was coming at her, right? And she didn't want to face it, unfortunately, right? And we discourage people reporting in all kinds of ways, right? But one of the chief reasons is that they're saying that if the person who victimized you is powerful, right? Not even just powerful like in the country writ large, but powerful within your organization, within your social group, right? That you won't be believed and that you'll be harassed, right? So what does justice look like here? And do we actually care? Why are we worried about this fucking political office? Again, if he's done it, because there has been an investigation.
Sure.
If he has done it, then yes, there should be consequences. There shouldn't even be a question about that, right? Of course, should can him, right? Connor, Polar Joe.
Yeah, so this is actually, you hit on a beautiful point that I really just want to emphasize to the audience, because I hope that they never fucking do this. Because this relays back to a not talked about enough subject, American politics. So Jeffrey Epstein is boys, or was boys, with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. He had underage prostitutes on his island. Basically, Donald Trump was accused of having sex with an underage prostitute in the 90s. And the reason why the case was thrown out of court was because of procedural reasons. not because of whether or not the criminal allegation actually had any grounds. And then fucking Bill Clinton was admitted to by a Jeffrey Epstein staffer to have been on the fucking island with probably an underage prostitute. So what I'm saying here is when you're saying like, we should focus on the crimes, we should focus on the crimes committed by our powerful people, and we should stop pulling punches regardless of like political clout, political expediency, political party. I 100% agree with you. I think we should be going scorched earth on all these motherfuckers.
Okay, let's go to Polar, then Joe.
Yeah, I agree. Victims most definitely matter in this case. I think I was just looking at it from the perspective of the party, because I'm curious to see how this engages with the political system, right? Like, so whenever we look at like individuals in power with society, it's not only important to look at like the people that they're affecting as a direct result of the crime, but the power that they hold in society as well. I think that's very important. I do agree that like, yeah, the victims do inherently, like, if this happened and this individual turns out to be guilty, this should be completely released and shown to the public. I think the interesting hypothetical that would like appeal to this would be that like, hey, what if this like external of like what like the actions that they're doing in general, like how shitty they are as an AG, but like if this individual had completely reformed, like what do you do? And they were an effective AG. Do you get rid of them? Like, and then at that point, it's like, well, we would say that like a lot of people would probably get rid of that individual for the sake of just the political optics of that. And that was the point that I was approaching. Was that like, let's say he's found guilty, let's say he's a good attorney general and he's like being rehabilitated. Do you get rid of that individual today? And that seems to be an interesting idea in and of itself. So I'd agree with you, Prime. Like, he's a shitty person. If the party has a problem with this, he's just not a good AG. Yeah, you would get rid of them, like 100%. Like for the same
so
I'm gonna push.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh no, you go.
I want to push back on Polar, but you go first, Joe.
Okay.
You go first, Joe.
No, I'm pushing. No, I'm pushing back against you. So you push back against Polar.
Okay, great, awesome. This is wonderful. Polar, right? Yeah. So I'm pushing back against you because I'm also pushing back against Joe. I think that this idea of whether they are a good attorney general or not, right, is kind of irrelevant to the point, right? No. I think like again. What does this say, right? They've reached a level of power. They are an important person, right? They're doing some good in the world, and so I'm sorry, but there will be no justice. So why even bother to report? Like why do we want this victim to say anything at all, right? Don't worry, Joe. I'm gonna get right to you. But why do we want this victim to say a fucking thing at all? Because look, this is a good guy, right? He's doing great in the community. So why should we bother? He's done great works, right? So
Bill Cosby.
Your accusation is inconvenient. It's inconvenient, right? This is a message that like that sounds like
that's not what he's saying.
I didn't say that's what he's. I didn't say that's what he's saying. I'm saying that like this is the problem. This type of thinking. Of course. I'm not putting those words in your mouth. So you can respond to me, Polar, and then Joe can say something.
So I would probably apply this critique to, and like, it doesn't necessarily matter the power that individual holds in society. What I'm talking about is if this person has been rehabilitated or not. You keep throwing around justice, but like, what does that mean? Does justice mean that like if this person has been rehabilitated, that like, or they want to engage in this action again?
How are we judging this? Polar, how are we judging this? This person is
exactly what I'm asking. Like, wait, that's exactly what I'm asking. How are you determining justice? Like, why is justice that person losing their job if they've like fully been rehabilitated and now can be a functioning member of society?
So
it doesn't matter. Like, and I'd also like to address the second point. It's not because that person is like a good person, like the good actions that they've done in their job.
That's what you
I
said,
was just going to bring up like the other reasons why that individual may be fired, other than the fact that they have done these bad actions to someone. It wasn't the fact that they had done like good things that they should be protected. It was the fact if they had done something bad. Then like that's another reason.
If someone is bad at a job, then yes, they should get fired. That's not like an interesting point to me. Like I don't think
it is interesting because often people don't get fired and sex crimes get made, like sex allegations come up and they get fired because of that.
And I agree that should apply to everyone, but I don't think it's interesting in terms of this case. Look,
you've got Connor saying Bill Clinton should be taken down for Jeffrey Epstein, but what about his war crimes?
No one should be exempt for anything, right? Like I really want to bring consequences to the rich and powerful. I really really do. So yes, if they're bad at their job, then yes, let's fire them too. Yes, exactly, right? CEOs who end up losing, who end up doing such a poor job that they run the company into the ground, right? And firing workers, right? But they get to keep their bonuses. Nothing bad happens. Yes, I agree. Great. Bad is your job. You should, then you should get fired. All right, but beyond that, there was a crime committed. And again, if this person is found guilty, then it's saying to me that if we don't do anything, right, like if we don't actually like at least get rid of him out of the job, then it's like, oh, then why did you bother? You were inconvenient. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Bastiat. Then
Yeah,
Johnny.
because, okay, now you've made me a little bit mad, and I'm going to lose a lot of people in the chat, because the reason optics were brought up isn't because it's like that's all that matters. It's because a crime cannot be shown to have been committed. This is an allegation where evidence and a case cannot be brought forward.
I agree.
So a crime has not been committed. Unfortunately, in our current climate, sex crimes are brought up all of the time, and I dislike the way that your discourse paints women as innocent victims who are always correct and never have malintention.
I never said that, Joe.
That is
Joe,
what you're saying.
Joe,
you're
putting
saying
words
justice.
in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I said continuously. If he has been found guilty, right? Like not an allegation. That's how I started off the
But
conversation.
you were saying a crime has been committed. A crime has not been
Once
committed.
again,
An allegation has been made.
And I said after that, if it has been proven. I said that multiple times.
The issue is, though, when it comes to also this dynamic of power and the rich and famous, etc., blah, 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 unfortunately, in this moment, allegations of sexual assault do not exist in some far off, distant, apolitical realm. You even saw this with Joe Biden and how quickly people were saying that he was a creepy Joe, putting like sexual assault claims at the moment are extremely powerful. And there does need to be a level of due process and rigor to what we allow to happen. All I'm saying is when you push it like this way, it's like this sort of thing as if a woman could never have malintent.
I said that.
It didn't sound that way, Prime. It didn't.
But you heard wrong. Because I literally said many times, but that's what I said. I said it multiple times. If he is found guilty, that's important. I said it. Look at the VOD again.
But he can't be found guilty. Unfortunately, she died.
I know. Again, that's why I said we need an investigation. If he is found guilty, I caveated that many times.
Be an investigation.
I'm really having a hard time with this conversation.
No. Johnny, please for a second. I'm going to go to you. But no, that's what I said. Look. If you heard differently, you heard differently, right? But that's what I said, right? And so like you are putting intentions onto my words that I haven't put. I didn't say that you guys were simply well, I don't know. I didn't put words in your mouth. At least I don't think I did. But you're putting words in my mouth, right? So once again, for the record, I'm saying this needs to be investigated. Maybe we can't not come to a conclusion. Maybe like Connor said, the evidence is gone, and we can't actually come to some meaningful conclusion, right? But if we were to, right? If we were to find him guilty, right? If he does get due process, then yes, actions need to be taken. That was my point. Please don't put any other connotations onto my words. Okay, Johnny.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, cool. So none of you have talked about what this woman wanted when she came forward. None of you have talked about what her sense of justice was. All of you are talking about something that literally cannot happen, which is bringing this man to court, okay? And Prime, I think that's why Joe had a problem with your statement, because it implied...
It didn't imply that.
All right, Prime, all right. It didn't do shit. Everybody just heard wrong.
No, you did hear wrong. No, hold on. Again,
right.
Hold on. No, I won't let hold on. No. I won't let my words.
All right.
I won't.
So
whoa, excuse me. Hold on a second. Hold on. No, excuse me. Hold on. You can respond after this. Like, again, I want to make it clear. You can look at the VOD. I said multiple times, if he is found guilty. Please, everyone stop putting words in my mouth, right? You heard wrong, every single one of you, if that's what you heard. Because I literally said multiple times, if he is found guilty.
So
you can go, John. How's this toxic?
This really
Whoa,
toxic.
that's unfair. That's extremely unfair. That's extremely
I'm
unfair.
we're trying to talk about race. We're trying to talk about race.
I'm taking it
this
seriously.
This is so hard for me.
Wow.
This is so hard for me, Prom. Do you understand how hard this is to sit here and listen to people talk about this shit?
Just slow down.
Like, come on, dude. Have some respect. Have a little bit of dignity for yourself and stop just defending yourself whenever you think somebody is attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to tell you that this woman had an intention. I'm trying to tell you that this woman had an intention behind what she said and why she said it. And it was important because she was probably protecting other people. She was protecting other people from going to work for that man so that they wouldn't get raped. That's why. It had nothing to do with anything about him actually getting arrested, because there's no way for that to fucking happen. You think she didn't know that? She didn't want other people to work for him. That's why we do the things that we do. That's why we spread around to our friends and to our family who raped us. So fuck off.
All right, so there's no if you respond to that, we'll just move on. So does anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah. So basically, this is what I would like to say. The acknowledging the sensitivity of the subject at hand. This is part of the reason why I think Johnny Scarlett and I had a previous conversation where we were talking about basically like, is it even worth it to report crimes half a decade or a decade later? And basically we talked about some associates that were debating that themselves, because basically these people have gone on to commit sex crimes, basically commit assaults or harassment or even worse crimes, and they're still out there. And I have that in my own family as well. Basically, immediate family who were sexually assaulted. And guess what? They didn't report it either. And they didn't even think about reporting it until half a decade later because of basically the trauma. They didn't even want to acknowledge what had happened to them. So what I would kind of submit to the people who are viewing this basically is that if I seem cold or unsympathetic while I'm advocating like maintaining the evidence of your own crime, could you imagine getting like stabbed and then somebody's like, hey bro, be sure to hold on to the knife, be sure to hold on to your bloody clothing so we can prove that this actually happened. There's obviously like a whole bunch of emotional and human factors that go into this. None of it is easy. Some of these traumas last decades or lifetimes, and that's where the problem of it is basically what it's one of a reporting issue, where even if a crime is reported, even if there's some level of evidence, if there's not corroborative evidence, then it's an extremely hard crime to prove in court, especially if it's single incidents. And oftentimes the only thing that will bring somebody down is decades of predatory behavior that is then reported by people later on. And with that, I'll shut up.
Okay, Puller.
I think Connor is like, this is a very like intuitively like interesting point when it comes to other like very serious crimes. Like when we think about this, a lot of times with murder, there's a body, right? Like, so a body is found, a missing person is gone, in comparison to something like rape, which like as Connor can mention, after like a long period of time can be much more difficult to prove. So I think he's completely right, and the information that he's giving out is also very useful.
Yeah, and that's where I just want to say again, like emotion, like emotions don't like human beings are not rational animals. So basically telling somebody this logically doesn't even mean that somebody who even hears this would think to do this after they've been traumatized. So that's all I would say. Is just it's hard as fuck. It's hard from a law enforcement perspective. I think it's what, like 50% or something like that. Like I want to say sex crimes go like either 50% or like 90% unconvicted. So it's brutal out there.
Bastiat, you had your hand up previously. Did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, it's all right. I was going to ask a question, but that was a
while ago.
It's kind of disconnected
no
from what we're talking about now.
It's fine. Okay, go ahead, Johnny.
Okay, I would just like to say that I'm sorry that I freaked out. This is a difficult topic for a lot of people to talk on. I don't know why my voice is shaking. It's hard to actually. No, it's hard to like actually defend.
Let them speak. Let them speak, please.
It's hard to actually come into a space where things like systematic rape are being talked about. It really is, and I try with these panels because I want to be a professional and I want to be able to speak about these things with a level of decorum. But sometimes when we're in the middle of a conversation and we are talking in a way that is disrespectful to the actual decorum of the conversation and how difficult this can be for people, it can be like it can really escalate tensions, and therefore I would like to rescind my raised tone of voice, because if I could go back and do it, I wouldn't raise my tone of voice.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I think the thing that I find interesting is I think that everyone would agree that if someone is guilty of rape, yeah, sure, they should bear the consequences of that. It's very easy to say that. What is actually very difficult in this moment to say is perhaps we need to really respect allegations as allegations. It's hard to say that while respecting survivors of sexual assault. It's much harder to say that when talking about people in extreme power imbalances without sounding like you're protecting people. And so my issue with what you were saying originally is it sounded like you were saying, fuck them, fuck that, they should go to jail, they should lose their job. And of course we all agree, but it entrenches a narrative that there are, and I know this may not be what you said, and I know that maybe it was just me that heard this, but I'm reporting back to you what it sounded like to me, which is that there are certain people who are violent monsters, and it's not a feminist approach to justice. This idea that someone who has committed a sexual assault should be forever cast away as a bad person. It's not something I subscribe to. I do believe in rehabilitation. I do believe that people who do bad things are capable of very good things as well, especially if they are held to account and can grow from that experience.
So I'll go to Bastiat next. If that, Joe, if that is what you heard, and if that's how it came across, then that's not how I meant for it to come across. And what you had said 2 weeks ago, Joe, I'm actually trying to subscribe to it, and that being charitable to others. So
Sorry, yes, I'll be more charitable to you.
Okay,
yes.
fair enough. All right. So Bastiat.
Okay. So would anybody object if I asked a hypothetical question that is, sort of involves the same morality questions here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So suppose we're in the United States here, where we've got a Senate split, right down the middle. And suppose a senator is, very credibly accused of sexual assault, and that senator is from the party that currently has the slimmest of majorities. And that senator is from a state where if he or she resigns, he or she will be replaced by the governor of that state, who is of another party, and who will appoint a senator of that other party. And this appointment would have drastic consequences in terms of the ability of that Senate to get legislation through. Legislation which might be very helpful to the broad majority of the population. Nevertheless, that senator who has that seat right now has been very credibly accused of some very nasty stuff. I'm curious what folks think about the situation when there are real political control questions, because as far as I can tell in this situation, there really isn't. I'm not saying that to belittle or anything, just to say that when you add that angle to it, when you add, for example, the possibility of like right now we've got this big COVID relief bill going on right now. None of the Republicans in the Congress at least voted for it. Do you think the moral calculus changes at all when there are more immediate political consequences to this, assuming that an allegation is at least credible?
In a purely utilitarian sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
Anybody want to really bite the bullet on that?
Yeah, I'll bite the bullet on it. So for instance, this is one of the things that really pisses me off about fucking Republicans right now is they talk about American families, they talk about family values, they talk about all that shit, and then they turn around and they tell working class and middle class Americans that the best way to take care of themselves is to go work during a deadly pandemic and possibly go catch a fucking disease that could either permanently disable them or kill them. So the fact that you're basically talking about like, hey, if we lose the COVID stimulus and people aren't able to pay their houses, they could end up homeless. People could end up dead. People could end up permanently injured just by this one calculus. And we're not talking about one person. We're talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. I think the reason why we all just kind of sat there in silence for a second is because we kind of all knew the truth of the matter, which is basically if you're going to ignore, one credible rape allegation to save tens of thousands of lives, is that a moral calculus that you're willing to bite the bullet on? And it's hard to bite the bullet on that calculus publicly.
Okay. Yes. Let's go to Polar.
Yeah, even as a utilitarian, it seems like one of the most common like RU responses to this would be like, oh well, you've just normalized society. We're like all rape victims at this point, or sorry, not rape. That assumes that um all potential rape victims now can't engage in like within society, knowing that, or less likely to like come out, and because of the fact of like against politicians because of the power that they may hold, and as a result your credibility may go down. It may cause you a lot of harm. But even then, even if we look at that situation, I would say like the potential like
Can I?
that's brought up by passing like specific policy that may affect like millions of people.
This
At
is.
that point you have to engage in some form of calculus.
Oh well, and here's the thing. Let me go ahead and fuck it up even more. So for instance, the immediate family member that I'm talking about who dealt with that, she did that emotional calculus. She did that calculus, and she said, "This person is an otherwise good person. They did something terrible to me. I don't know if they're going to do it to somebody else. But basically, they go to church on Sundays. They love their parents. They pet their dog. They pay their bills. They're a good person. So they just did something horrific to me, and I have no idea whether or not they're going to commit this crime ever again. So because I can't substantiate the crime, and because this is an otherwise good person, I'm not going to report, and I'm going to let sleeping dogs lie." And think about like a brutal personal calculus to make that somebody has wronged you on something that's akin to, at least in our society, is treated as murder, and you just say, well, they're a good person, so I'm gonna let it slide. And that it's a calculus that she made and a calculus she followed. It sucks.
Okay.
One other thing I'm. Oh, sorry.
No,
If
Bastiat,
anybody,
please.
it seemed like nobody was. Yeah. One other thing I'm curious about. Is it the consensus here that the only avenue for justice really is like some kind of state action? Like, is it possible to imagine a situation where, I'm not sure really how I feel, but is it possible to imagine a situation where 30 years have passed and somebody's received zero punishment from the state, but in some other fashion they have of their own accord redeemed themselves? Or is it the case that you can never, you might be a good person or whatever after you commit your brutal act in the past, but really, until you've gone through some kind of state process, until the community as a whole has done something or had something, some access to some kind of legal process, you're never really going to be redeemed? Or is it possible to do it outside of that? Is it possible to individually redeem yourself outside of any kind of state framework? What do you guys think about that?
I think I agree with. I would say that it's probably possible to have like it's difficult because differing people have different views on justice. Like for me, I would say like justice is making sure that that individual doesn't engage in that thing again. And if you can do that through social means, like so that may be some form of social isolation in areas where the state just doesn't work well, or that may just be like the changing of ways through some sort of like religious facility. It's like I think it's possible, but I think the value of having the state do it is that like it seems like it can happen on a much more uniform basis, and like there's less individual discretion.
Joe, please.
Yeah, I actually. Am I a pro streamer or am I talking?
No, you're talking.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I actually really believe in restorative justice and working outside of the legal system, particularly in these cases and in cases of domestic violence. I do think that in most cases, rape and sexual assault occurs between two people who know each other. It is very rare that it is a random stranger who is attacking people. And I think that restorative justice approaches that are victim-centered are the best way to handle this. I don't think necessarily victims feel better when their loved ones who really fucked up and did something extremely horrible, really hurt them, but sometimes by mistake are incarcerated or put on a sex offender registry. I don't think this is always the solution, but I think an acknowledgement of the crime is often necessary for victims to get the restorative justice that they need. Personally, I am against state-based justice, but I know everyone has different opinions.
Most of the time when these sorts of things happen and they are systematic within a company or within just the scope of a person and their capability to sexually assault people over the course of their career, it is mostly the survivors, the assault survivors, who go and tell sexual assault survivor groups. They tell people who might work for that person in the future. They put out Reddit posts. Like, there are all sorts of things. Social media is a really fantastic, really scary thing, especially with things like, in New Orleans, there's an anonymous Twitter account that posts sexual assault stories and tells you exactly who committed this crime. And the legalities of that are, of course, questionable, but there's already networks in pretty much every city, probably, that deal with this on a community basis. And most of it is isolating oneself from the problem.
Okay, please, Connor, and then we'll go back to Bastiat and Joe.
Yeah, so this is where I would hope Joe and I could meet some common ground, because, for instance, I think law enforcement is incredibly good at a few things. It's good at showing up 3 minutes late to a crime and beating the dog shit out of people and dragging them to a cage. That's what it's good at. Okay. So if you're dead by the time that the police show up, you're fucked. If you're already severely injured, you're fucked. So if you want somebody to get the shit kicked out of them and thrown in a cage, police are great. But if you actually want, but if you don't want that, or if you want a different level of justice, like restorative justice, like oftentimes, like even in my example, basically what this person didn't want is they didn't want their former abuser to end up in a cage, or to be disowned by their family, or to be destroyed economically as a result of just the accusation, right? So I think that law enforcement at some points should be left out, and should be left out for community solutions. So, for instance, I know that a lot of people are afraid of doxing and the power of social media. What I am hoping is going to happen is a rebalancing of doxing, the rebalancing of the power of social media, where it basically becomes like a new tribal accountability. Where basically your poor behavior will be called out publicly, and as a result, we will reteach society to stop being abusive, manipulative, lying fucking sacks of shit by holding people accountable through popular media.
Okay, don't worry. Joe, hold in the anger, hold in the rage. I want you to unleash it a little later.
Not anger. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Bastiat.
No, she should respond to him,
Okay.
because I was gonna kind of ask a somewhat related but somewhat different question.
Joe.
My issue is, so the restorative justice models that I prefer are all about encouraging truth-telling, and things such as shame, while they're useful social tools, don't encourage truth-telling. We need people to be as honest as possible. This normally happens in conferencing or peacemaking circles. We don't even use the terms victim or perpetrator. We use the word survivor and the responsible party. And so for me, what's most important is creating and restoring what has been broken and encouraging truth-telling. And I think if you are, doxing people to the community, saying that they're these horrible people who committed a crime, different from what Johnny is saying. Johnny is saying that in some circumstances where you're not going to get this kind of restorative justice and you feel that this person may reoffend, it is important to warn other women, and you can do that. I have no problem with that. I don't think it is. I don't believe in the radicalization of gossip. I don't think it's some incredible political tool, but I think it's fine to warn other people about someone who's assaulted you. But ideally, I want a system that is not the court system, which really doesn't incentivize telling the truth. And I really want, and I don't want this mass public shaming, which also doesn't incentivize being completely honest about what occurred.
Okay. Bastiat? I see y'all speak too.
Well, just to, I guess, ask one more question here then. Is it possible for somebody to, again, out of curiosity, I don't know what I think about this, to become whole, to redeem themselves purely individually with no social process? They just spend their life, they're like, okay, I did some bad stuff. I'm gonna try and be the best person I can be. I'm not gonna tell anybody what I did. I'm doing it crazy, but I'm gonna be the best person I can be. I'm gonna be ladling all the soup into every homeless person's bowl at every homeless kitchen I can, or whatever. I'm just gonna be as good as I can be to try and just try and you get what I'm getting at. Like, is it possible?
I really do, and
or is it only something that society has to be involved with?
I mean, it's a tough one for me, because I think obviously people can be great people who've done a horrible thing. I do believe in a survivor-centered approach. So for me, as hard as it may be, taking that step to truthfully account for what you've done is incredibly important, because no matter how much good you do, without that truth telling, you're still the person who did the worst thing ever in someone's world. So I don't know. I'm torn on that. I'm not sure, because obviously I believe that people are capable of being incredibly good and making good contributions to the world outside of a single instance and transgression. But I don't, speaking specifically about that event, I believe truth telling is the most important thing.
Okay. LSP had their hand up before, then we'll go to Polar, and I know nothing.
Yeah, I'm like almost flabbergasted by some of the stuff I'm hearing. Maybe I'm just old fashioned. I'm about to bring some spice into it. I wasn't sure I understood counterpoints. You think that there are situations
You walked away.
where a rape has occurred where it could be best for police not to get
He cannot hear you.
Motherfucker!
Oh,
He's back.
okay.
Now he's back. He's just getting
So
his headset
Bastiat,
on here.
The reason.
Okay. Go ahead.
Should I wait?
And I think maybe he can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, fuck it. Bastiat. The idea. Okay. Counterpoints. If I understood your position correctly, you think that there are certain situations where rape has occurred where it would be best not to get police involved and instead resort to social media shaming in order to correct for that behavior. Was that what I understood? Did I understand that correctly?
Sure. Yeah. Can I give you the example on which it actually applies?
Sure. Make it quick though, please.
No. Well, because I don't. Okay.
Make it quick.
No. I mean, dude, if you want to go hard, go hard. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I just thought I understood your point. So, like, that's all I wanted to know is I understood it. No, a rape is a violation of an individual's autonomy, right? It's a gross violation. And this kind of touches in what Bastiat's saying, like this idea that if somebody had committed a rape, if there a way for them to obtain justice for that crime that doesn't necessarily involve the government. No, there isn't, because it's a crime against society as well as an individual. You can't just go on with some journey of self-reflection and atone for your sins in a personal way, because your sins weren't committed in a personal nature. They're not personal in nature. They're committed against another individual. They violated their autonomy, and it's not unreasonable to say justice should apply as a collective against you. Like we want that to happen.
Sure. Okay. So let me tell you how it actually works. So how it actually works is people get accused of rape half decade to a decade after the incident occurred. There's no physical evidence. There's no witnesses. And you know what the state does? They say, we have no fucking idea what happened. Good luck with that. And that's the justice that fucking society provides. So what society actually provides to rapes that are not witnessed by multiple people, to forcible rapes that are not caught in the moment, to date rapes that are not immediately drug tested, to date rapes that basically are not immediately reported with physical evidence and corroborative witnesses, is there's no justice. So what I'm saying is, if the options are no justice, or if Joe, with her hippy dippy fucking bullshit, were to intervene and say, hey, listen, I know you were the victim of sexual assault. We're actually going to get the other victims of sexual assault together. We're going to try to do a non-confrontational, basically intervention with this person who hopefully is no longer committing and hasn't committed for fucking half decade to a decade. We're actually going to address the shit that happened, and we're basically going to confront them with the crimes and see what's going on. All right, now? Okay, fine. Well, fuck you then. But I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But what I am saying is that, like, if there's a way to actually get somebody to stop committing the crimes, and if there's a way to actually get some level of justice for the victims, I don't care what that form that comes in, because in a society that presumes innocence over guilt or whatever, it's no justice.
Do you honestly think social media shaming will do a better job at preventing rape than jail?
Yeah.
I mean, have you not heard of cancel culture?
Okay.
But I
Pretty
mean,
big deal.
I don't know why. If I
no, LSP, I'm on your side,
people
which
on
is
Twitter are gonna
uncomfortable.
be really
Mad
at me. Holy fuck. Anything but that. Take me to jail, please.
Joe, please.
Connor, it's the same issue with incarceration, right? In terms of people being willing to take action against their perpetrator. Most people aren't sexually assaulted by strangers. Most people are sexually assaulted by people that they care about and they trust. So I don't necessarily want to be out there shaming someone that I once cared about either. I believe
Didn't I
sometimes
say a
this
private
shit happens a
intervention?
mistake. Yeah, I think that things can be dealt with without it being like, this person is a fucking monster. They ruined my life. Like, no, I don't think that that's any better than police intervention.
Okay, so hold on. Let me describe, because I think we have a variety of tools in the toolbox. Okay, if a rape occurs and the victim wants to prosecute, it should be prosecuted, and that person should be held accountable through the justice system. That's tool number one. Okay, tool number two is a private in situations that you described, where let's say it's what would you call that, like marital rape or something like that.
Okay, marital rape is between a husband and a wife specifically. I'm just talking friends or members of the same community. Just rape, unfortunately. That's the most common kind of rape.
Sure. Okay. Then I'm okay with having an interventionist model that you were kind of talking about, that's a little bit more private, but still gets the maybe atonement, confession for, maybe some level of justice, all that kind of stuff. Okay. That's if the criminal model isn't going to work out. Finally, let's say that there was a serial date rapist in the city of Orlando, and I knew that that person was date raping some of my friends, and nobody wanted to confront them, and nobody wanted to fucking do anything about it. And basically, there was no evidence that was going to convict them. I wouldn't care if on fucking Facebook, one of his previous victims said, "Fucking Johnny Dicknose is a piece of shit. He fucking roofied my goddamn drink. I know 2 or 3 other girls that fucking have similar stories to me. If you're going on a fucking date with him, you need to be fucking careful." I wouldn't give a shit.
Connor, I think when I originally responded, I did say that I'm fine with gossip culture if it comes down to protecting people when these instances and resources aren't available to addressing the crime. I do, however, refute even bringing in the example, because it is such a narrative when it comes to sexual assault that there are these serial date rapers running around trying to just rape women, and it's just not a majority of the cases. So you don't want to build a model around an outlier. It's just not what you want to do. You want to build the model to suit a majority of the cases, and a majority of the cases happen within communities.
Sure. No, nothing. Then Bastiat.
Yeah. Okay. No streamer moment this time. Yeah. So to address like Bastiat's question, I think that like it's like half right in that you can completely redeem yourself if you are just have that experience where you acknowledge you did something wrong and you become a better person and you'll never do it again. But I still think that there needs to be some role for the victim to understand that and accept that, or else it's not a full redemption, pretty much.
Okay. Let's go to Bastiat.
Yeah, to be clear, I was just curious what people think. I mean, I think anybody who commits a violent crime should be imprisoned, and I don't care what the victim thinks, because like LSP said, that's, it's crime against society, right? If you commit a violent crime against one person, you are dangerous to all people, so you should be imprisoned for it. Yeah. But that said, I do think it's an interesting point, because if you think that if you feel this way about police and prisons and justice, I mean, at a certain point, I do wonder why why you would want the state involved, really at all. But that being said, that's why I want the state involved, purely selfishly. I think anybody who's out there raping anybody is a threat to me and my family, and they should be out. However, they broke the most fundamental part of the social contract. Mm-hmm. And for anybody else, I just want to say, Prime guys, in your chat, there is a fella named Mr. Wonderful Number One, who I think is just the most perfectly named Twitch chatter ever. Folks, he is a trip. Oh my God, he is just like, he has been explaining that women are obsolete and they're going to be replaced by Alexa real soon. And I got to say, this is Mr. Wonderful.
Okay.
He sounds like he really is Mr. Wonderful.
Off he goes.
Right.
I
wasn't saying that, dude.
Cyborg ontology. I just have a question for Bastiat, which is, do you think if your general goal is harm reduction and to lower harm in society, and someone's breaking a contract with society, do you think that someone who has committed a sexual assault will get better or worse by spending time in prison?
I mean, if we got to imprison them forever, that is what it is. I mean, violent crime is different. I mean, we're talking about violent crime here. We ain't talking about fines. We ain't talking about parking spots. Violence is the ultimate thing, is the ultimate violation of the social contract. it's one thing to say, somebody has stolen, somebody has, is trespassed. I mean, I mean, these are all arguably forms of violence. I think they're very different from like physical violence. There's no reason anybody has to engage in physical violence. And frankly, if you're saying, hey, look, I mean, this person, has murdered, this is attacked somebody, has raped somebody. At the end of the day, I don't, I mean, removal from society seems like a just punishment. And if you're saying that removal from society may make them worse, then, look, I would say that while Doobie says don't commit crime is simplistic, I think it's reasonable to expect that people should not commit violent crime.
Oh, but if you look at the reasons that people, like correlations for people committing violent crime, for the fact that a lot of people who commit sexual assault are victims of sexual assault or childhood abuse, do you think putting them in a situation where they will likely be abused is going to put someone out the other end who does not reoffend?
I think that is very sad. But I don't think that's an argument for why I should have to, live in a society with somebody who has, committed violence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's go to Polar, then Doobie. We're gonna wrap this up.
Although, just to be clear, I wasn't advocating, the death penalty or anything. I don't support the death penalty, but when I said removal from society, I meant imprisonment. And no, I don't think the state should be able to arbitrarily kill people, since of course that's an irreversible punishment as well, among its other cruelties. But when I said removal, just to be clear,
locked up for life.
No. I think that's definitely.
I'd rather die.
Well, I mean, ultimately, I guess it's a good thing we don't consider really the wishes of the convicted.
I am so glad that we finally, please clip it. We finally got the pro death penalty take from Joe. It took many months for it to happen, but it's finally happened. You heard it here. Pro death penalty, Joe. She says, like, put him in an electric chair, fry him up. That's what she said. That's what I heard anyway. So
I think she may have perhaps been hinting at the other complex issue of if you're not for the death penalty, but you believe in people's right to make decisions for themselves, how do you feel about people in prison perhaps choosing suicide? And that is a very complex question.
I have literally argued this. Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. I'm gonna
not trying to bring it up.
I'm like hardcore triggered right now. Now I'm hardcore triggered because we've done this in the past. Polar, Doobie, quick.
Yeah, so I was just interested asking about the point about like whether the state needs to be involved when it comes to justice. I would probably think of it hypothetical, i.e., let's say someone like a person rapes another individual, right? But they're under the influence, right? A couple weeks later, the person who was raped ends up dying, right? So this, just for the sake of this scenario, that you can't get justice through the state system. But like this person recognizes that the reason why they did this was because they were under the influence. They go to an AA meetings and they become completely sober. That was the reason why they engaged in that crime. But now, because they've stopped them, like they've been completely sober, they'll never engage in this form of crime again. Would we see that's a form of justice?
That's
not for me.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know that that's a proper format to be discussing something like justice, because then you would have to say, what is justice? Is it something being reconciled? Well, then no, this person is dead. They will never be able to be given money or reconciliation or compensation for what was done to them. And so in your scenario that you're making up, which by the way, you didn't have to make up a scenario. We just went over like an entire thing where a woman committed suicide right after doing a rape allegation. But in this particular scenario, no justice can be done because the person for whom justice would be done is already dead.
Okay. Let's go Doobie.
So I just wanted to, we've been talking about sexual assault a lot, but I'm wondering if like where you guys would take the fucking head ass where you guys have been spewing, right? Because saying that there should be like maybe there's like a private kind of counseling kind of shit where some kind of justice might be served, and when we're dealing with like sexual assault, I mean, I guess that seems stupid to me because like I agree with LSP. These aren't just crimes against a person; these are crimes against a community, right? Against a society, right? And I think they should be treated that way. But that being said, what if there's like a murderer, right? And we find out that he killed somebody 30 years ago, and now he's working at the soup kitchen and whatnot. hasn't committed any other crimes in 30 years, but we find out that he killed someone 30 years ago, and we know he did. We have evidence proving it. Do we just let him walk? Do we
Nope.
like I don't understand. Like what?
Joe, if you want to respond to that, because this is directed at you, pretty much.
No, I don't think that alternate forms of justice equate to zero justice, zero law enforcement. That's not what I'm arguing at all. I'm just checking that, like, whenever I'm looking for any kind of justice system, I want to make sure that it is doing a job where it is creating less harm for society. It is improving conditions. And I don't think necessarily prisons are always the best response to crime in terms of ensuring that crime does not happen again in the future.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So the Golden State Killer, serial killer.
Don't do that. Don't give a random fucking outlier.
I'm gonna
What
do
the
it.
fuck,
No, it's not.
Doobie?
It's not an outlier. There are plenty of cold case files that are solved, murders that are solved 30 years down the road. It's not that cold case, right? So this man hadn't hurt anybody, hadn't killed anybody that we know of, or raped anybody that we know of since like 1986, right? So like decades ago, right? He had a family. It's like 70 something years old. Should this man have been given like community service? Like right, he's in prison right now. I think he should be in prison. I think he should be dead, personally. But what would you like do with someone like that? Someone who,
I mean,
like, do we just give him,
welcome,
make him go
congratulations,
through the streets? Like, I
you
don't
found
understand.
the one weak spot
This
in
isn't
prison
the one weak
abolition. People with actual mental health issues that mean that they create
Wait, but he's
serial...
reformed himself. He's rehabilitated. He hasn't done anything in
Oh, I
like
didn't
decades.
listen to your whole example. Sorry,
Oh,
I
God
switched
damn
off.
it. Okay. God damn it.
I thought you were talking about the Golden State Killers. I was just like,
No,
stop
okay,
listening.
no. So he hadn't killed anybody in decades, right? Since like 1986, he's now 70 something years old. Right? When they found out it was him, they he.
No, of course not, because as everyone has said in this panel, a crime is committed against an individual, but it occurs within a society, and so we do need some sort of
But not prison.
evidence
So
or
what do you
security.
do with that man if not prison?
I don't know, Doobie. I don't know what is happening on this panel where I am adjudicating every single case. I understand that I'm the only person holding this position, but I don't necessarily know in your exact hypothetical what the exact
you have some very
perfect...
interesting positions. That's
So
why
we don't have to.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have to all keep going after.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
That's my own fault. This is not like some sort of sea lining. It's just my thing is like I don't know. I'm not in a position where I have considered the case enough that I could give you a proposal for how I think would be the best practice to deal with it. I just don't think that there's compelling enough evidence that prison is the correct response either.
So okay, on that, Bastiat, I see you. I see you. I don't want to. Joe, I don't want to address you now because I don't feel like I don't want to.
Can I?
I don't want to.
Hey, no, it's okay.
It's just that
It's
like
fine.
it's
I
just
got
that
work
like
tomorrow.
I know. My problem is that like. With your argumentation, and I see you do this plenty of times, where like don't give examples. When like,
it's not don't give examples. It's don't use outlier examples to distort the main
Crime itself is an outlier.
But
crime.
Crime
Okay.
itself is an outlier. Most people don't commit crime, right? So we're dealing with people who are outliers, right? And there are outliers from the outlier. But like, if whatever model you're presenting, right, has to be able to deal with these situations. These situations are going to come up. Now, our current model. Now you can say it's bad, it's terrible, and I have lots to say about our current model, right? But our current model does have an answer for this, right? So to simply say, don't bring up an outlier, like. Don't do that because.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying one. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my books of prison abolition answers with me because I thought we were discussing rape. So it just didn't occur to me to come fully ready to go. Two, I'm not the only person who holds a prison abolitionist point of view. So you're more than welcome to Google the answers to the specific example you were giving. I'm sure someone on the internet has considered this and has a great answer for it.
Okay.
And I have no. My issue is when people say, "Oh, what about this serial rapist or this deranged killer?" It does distort crime in terms of how it naturally, well, not naturally, but how it most commonly occurs. And if you don't represent it accurately, then your responses cannot be the most effective for the crime in general.
So I'll go back to Doobie. He's definitely once again, then Bastiat, and then Doran. We will end this because and we'll go on to our walk-on panel. We won't be ending the stream. We will end this. We'll go on to our walk-on panel. So the stream is not ending. So I want Doobie's response, but I'll say this one last thing to you, Joe. That okay, I see at least in this specific instance, right, and I'm going to fight you about this later on something completely different, I'm sure. On this specific instance, I understand. I give this leeway to, for instance, like anarchists, right, who are trying to create a future, better system, right, and like badgering them with questions, right, about like every specific situation to perfectly paint their society, right. I don't think is actually very helpful. You can't expect them to have literally all the answers. So in that case, yes, I don't. We shouldn't be expecting you to have all the answers. That's okay. Like to say that you don't know, and that's a fair response. If I don't know, I don't know.
I encourage the curiosity.
So,
I
can
love
I-
that people have questions. I love that they're interested, and I encourage them to look beyond me as well
Fair enough.
for answers outside of a carceral
That
state.
is very fair, Doobie.
So I just want to present something that's not an edge case. Right? We're talking about sexual assault. I think there's studies that show that like the majority of child sex abusers, right, have narcissistic personality disorders that currently have no treatment. Right? There's no way to treat these disorders. In fact, many psychologists refuse to even attempt to treat these disorders because they know that these types will often lie and manipulate the counselors. So even if you think they've reformed, they haven't. Right. So with this isn't that I don't think these things are like that far like outliers. And I think it does to me, it makes sense to put people like this down. Like I know you guys don't like the death penalty or whatever. It just makes sense if these people are like net negative society, get the fuck rid of them. Like, I don't know. It just seems silly to me.
Okay. All right. Bastiat, and then
Yeah.
we're moving on.
I guess I don't feel like you even have to like have a specific example here. I just feel like it's a reasonable question to say to somebody who says we should abolish prisons. Well, then what do you do with somebody who's been convicted of murder? And the reason I'm asking is that I did just Google, and I've read 3 separate articles about it so far, and all of them have said, well, they have said, they posed the question I did. Oh, well, what, they ask us, what do we do with murders? And the response always seems to be, well, our current system isn't doing enough about murderers, which suppose may be true. But I guess, I don't know. It just reminds me a lot of times I'll talk with people who say, well, capitalism has all these problems. And like, I don't disagree. So what should we do instead? Well, I don't know all the answers, but like, I guess I just feel like if you're going to propose something very, very big here, I after
agree.
making a good faith effort, I can't figure out what the prison abolitionists want to do with the murderers.
No, I agree. I'm not in any way skirting the question, and I'm not in any way saying that the question isn't legitimate. And I'm sure I could spend some time and give you some great answers. My instinctive answer is that if prison abolitionists as a political group are focused on harm reduction, which means looking at crimes or harm and what causes this harm. So if I'm looking at murder, I'm looking at what research shows correlates to higher rates of murder and assault, and I'm looking at what can be done within communities to lower these rates. Of course, there are some outlier instances, such as the Golden State Killer, which require removal from society. But prison abolitionists, I understand that abolition sounds like this incredibly terrifying word where we destroy a system. No, it's saying in its current form, it needs to be removed. That doesn't mean that it's replaced by nothing. Of course, there are some instances where people will need to be removed from society, but generally the goal shifts because prison abolitionists are focused on harm reduction, which means looking at something like the crime of murder and saying, why is this occurring in this specific place? What correlating factors occur with murder, and what can we be doing as a community to reduce these factors and reduce crime before it happens, rather than just putting people in jail after it happens, where they will likely reoffend because prison has not shown to do anything to reduce crime.
Is this like when people say defund the police and then they're like, well, I don't mean, all the funding. I just mean, cut it back a little bit. Like, it's not, I don't want to abolish prisons. I just want to cut them back a little bit here. Because, I mean, I get that,
You guys are beautiful and interesting, but I am old as piss, and I have to go to work tomorrow.
I know. So, Joe, respond to this, and we are moving on.
Okay.
Agree. I think sometimes this, especially in this social media fueled generation, people love a fun tweet and a good catchphrase. Like, I use prison abolition because it refers to a long-standing movement. I'm very rare to be like, abolish prisons, because I think it refers to an aesthetic politics that I don't subscribe to. But prison abolition has been around for decades, if not centuries. So I think when I say abolition, I mean truly abolition, removing the system as it currently exists. I'm not talking about completely eradicating any form of confinement or removal from society, but the prison industrial complex, which is directly what I refer to, I do want to abolish.
Okay, so
the way like Joe Biden got rid of the camps on the border,
So
right? They're not camps
we
anymore.
gotta-
They're like, you know,
finish your point, and then we
Wait,
gotta
I'll let-
leave because Connor's falling
Change the
apart
name.
in front of our eyes.
Dude, you guys are fucking killing me.
Please,
I
please.
love
Okay,
you
I'll
both.
Let him go. Let him go.
Killing me.
Okay.
We're going to imprison you forever.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I know
Okay.
you're trying to abolish the carceral state, but you
Okay.
keep me in prison.
Okay.
I know.
So here's what we do. To my audience members, we are not ending the stream. In fact, we're continuing on to a walk-on panel. That's what's happening right after. We're going to replace these wonderful people, but different people, which could include you. Yes, you. They're sitting at home. You can be part of the panel if you'd like. We'd love to hear from you. But yeah, so we're going to do that. But first, we're going to give our good friends here an outro. We'll start with counterpoints because, as old man, he is rotting in front of our eyes. We've kept him out too long. He needs to be put back in the refrigerator. Okay.
How old are you, Connor?
Oh, I'm in my bones, 60. So all right. So my name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoint. And basically you should go there. And if you're too lazy to type my name into YouTube chat, I don't fucking want you. You can also find me on Twitter at ConnorPoints. It's on your screen, CONORPOINTS, CONORPOINTS. You should also take the opportunity to go follow Know Nothing on Twitter because he runs the best Twitter account on fucking Twitter. It's actually upsetting his reach. So while he might have been a little bit quiet this show, he's phenomenal. Also, all of you people are beautiful, except for Doobie, and I do all think you are smart. So thank you for the good show. You're phenomenal, and I'm sorry if I was a fucking douche nugget.
That's fine. If you need to leave this moment, sure. No one else leave. But if you need to leave right this moment, that's okay. But
I'll be a professional. I'll wait.
Okay, great. Everyone, take a half hour to say goodbye. All right, now moving on. We will go to Frederic Bastiat. Of course, the man with the red. Both of you have a red background. Okay, never mind. The man with the green shirt that says Taco Cat. Let's go to him. LSP, thank you so much for being here. We will always appreciate you coming through. This has been really great having you around. Tell the world about yourself.
I'm LSP. Sometimes I'm on this panel. Prime. I'm sorry I called your mom fat the other day. That's all I got.
Okay, great, awesome. Love it. Fantastic. All right, moving on. We will go to Johnny Scarlett.
I just apologize for calling your mom fat. You could be a little bit more humane.
Damn, give him a little time to think about whether he wants to accept your apology, huh?
Yeah, right? It's like, oh, you demand, like, oh, man, look at that privilege, right? You demand immediately to capitulate to your apology. No, wow. No.
Trying to use pride to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, right? No. Maybe you should feel like shit a little bit. No, actually, I don't care. Moving on. Our friend Johnny Scott. Johnny Scott, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming through here on the Reverie. Tell the world about yourself.
What's up? My name is Johnny. I do a lot of things here on Twitch, but primarily my focus is on politics and philosophy. We also enjoy math and science on my channel. If that sounds like fun to you, if the educational section of Twitch sounds like fun, then you should definitely follow me, as well as a lot of the other people here, because they provide content that I find to be intellectually interesting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Giant Scarlet's link is in chat. Moving on. We will go to Polar's World. Polar's World, another of my illustrious mods. Polar, thank you so much for coming through, bringing in the hot takes, of course. Polar, my good friend, tell the world about yourself.
Now, when Johnny talks about intellectual content, that's not me. Okay, what I do on my channel, 24/7 drama. We always cover all the drama. None of it is ever clickbait. 100%. No one is safe. Always cancel culture. There's no such thing as a safe DM. No, I'm streaming Thursdays. Mondays through Thursdays, 4:30. Yeah, come check it out. I know you guys are all drama frogs, especially after these past couple weeks. And you'll learn everything that you need to. I swear to God, there's no politics, there's no philosophy, there's no economics, there are no debates. It's just people getting canceled. I swear.
Absolutely, damn right. Okay, love it. Well, not really, but still, everyone, please check out Puller. He's an amazing human being. Love to have him here, and we're blessed to have a guy like him. All right, finally, not finally, but many more people. But we'll go to Doobie, our terrifying dread lord. Doobie, thanks for coming here and scaring the children off. Doobie, please tell the world about yourself.
Thank you for having me on. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. If you want to talk to me about any of the stuff we talked about on this panel, you'll find me there for sure. That server is the greatest server on Discord. I think Bastiat, you've done an AMA there. I think, pretty sure you did. We have tons of other AMA guests. We just had like Dylan Davis like this past weekend. We're having Jane Goodall come on at some point this month. And just there's a ton of shit going on that server all the time. I can't even think about it all right now. So yeah, come on, talk to me. Find me there. I'll put the link in chat. And yeah, thanks for having me on.
Okay. Yes, the link is in chat. !Doobie. I'll let you know to find where to find a policy Discord server, discord.gg/politics. It's a hell of a server. You'll have a hell of a time there. Go check it out. But beware. But yeah, no, seriously, go check it out. Next, we are going to Bastiat. Bastiat, it was unexpected to have you here. It was a real treat, actually real treat. We haven't had you here in many months, like since the summer, I don't think, actually. But that's okay. No, I'm so excited to have you around. I'm glad that you're making your way back to politics. Like I told you before, people have been missing you. People have been like, hey, why don't you get Bastiat on? I'd love to.
I've got the red lighting on because this guy just knows how to make me blush, you know? I mean, damn.
Prime, don't tell him the truth that we only want him for his hair, okay? Oh, oops, I didn't mean to leak that one. Never mind.
I don't care, man. You know, I mean, I don't care. I'll take it. Prime, thank you so much. It was a delight seeing so many wonderful folks again. It has been too long. I have been streaming enough lately. Doobie, I've seen you, but it really is a real treat to be able to meet you as a VTuber. I find it terrifying that you VTubers will eventually be the future of this platform. But it was good to meet you. And I have to say, silly serious, I really enjoyed meeting you. That was a lot of fun discussion. I enjoyed it. That was fun. So I hope to talk to you again sometime soon. And Prime, thank you again for the invite. And I hope everybody here has a good evening.
It wasn't actually an invite. You just kind of stormed your way in. But still.
What you got to do in this life, my man.
That's what you need, right? Like take the world by storm. See what you want, go and grab it, right? Yeah, I love it. But first, ask for consent. But anyway, moving on. Let's go to Know Nothing. Know Nothing, thanks for stopping by. Know Nothing, thanks for getting a better camera set up so we can see your very pretty face. Know Nothing, tell a little about yourself. And apparently your amazing Twitter. I follow you on Twitter, but like I don't like use Twitter. So like I'm told like you are utterly legendary. I have not seen the proof. Like
overrated.
But like I just haven't.
This guy has been in multiple newspapers for his Twitter. Okay,
really.
So he is a social media powerhouse. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I guess my Twitter has been promoted. I appreciate that. You can also follow me on Twitch, and you can follow Connor Points on Twitter. Great Twitter account.
Hey, everyone, please go follow him. Throw your link in chat if someone else hasn't already done that. But please throw your link in chat, and they Know Nothing for people who can follow you on Twitter. Okay, before I go to my last guest, I'm going to say, like, yes, this ran long to Connor's chagrin. This is why I enforce the times with you all. You don't want to listen to me, but this is why I enforce the times to keep this from happening. But this did happen because we're having an extremely interesting conversation. And so we had some really fire questions, right? And like, yeah, this is absolutely great. Couldn't ask for more. And another reason why this was just so amazing, right? Better than what we've had many times in the past is my next and last guest here. And my absolute favorite person in the whole world. her name is Jill the City Serious. Yes, she came. She brought the fire. She brought the extremely hot takes, right? Nuclear hot takes. And the whole world reacted, right? And she stood her ground. She stood her ground because she doesn't back down. Yes. Even when she's wrong, she doesn't back down. But our good friend Joe the Silly Serious, who you know very well from Amazon Lily, right? We're so happy, so incredibly happy that we could finally have her here for the Reverie. She has made my day, made my week, made my month, made my life. Joe, thank you so much for sharing your time with my audience. Now, do a better outro than you did an intro, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I actually had a great time. Thank you so much to everyone involved. I thought everyone was like very good faith and actually interested in engaging in debate, but like occasionally having a bit of a fun time as well. So I occasionally stream, occasionally being the operative word. I am a language philosopher by trade. So my PhD is in linguistic philosophy and cognitive linguistics. So I like to talk about that, but I like to talk about how it interacts with politics, specifically gender and politics, but I like talking about other stuff too. And I try to always be good faith and charitable where I can, but I definitely don't have all the answers to everything.
That's fair. That's fine. That's fair. And I would love to see someone who disagrees with your prison abolitionist take to be able to actually have a debate with you when you actually have a chance to study, because again, you said you weren't prepared for this, right? So if maybe Bastiat or Counterpoints or maybe even LSB would like to do that, I would love to host that here, right? I get content, you guys get to yell at each other.
Even LSB, I'm just an afterthought to Prime.
Yeah. Sorry, you want to say something, Connor? Oh no.
Oh no, I was saying 100.
Okay.
Fucking let me know.
Oh yeah.
Down.
Okay, great. So you may have to fight Bastiat for the honor of battling Joe. But of course, Joe still owes me a debate. Don't run from me, Joe. You still owe me a debate. You agreed to a debate, and you still haven't followed through on that debate. So I'll crush you anytime, any place you like. So thank you, everyone. It's fantastic being the host to get the last word on these things. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Really appreciate you stopping by. We're going to roll into our walk-on panel. Anyone here is welcome to join us. We'd love to have you, especially since I think people are going to want to continue parts of this conversation afterwards. So we'd love to have you be a part of that, but if not, that's okay. Thank you for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion with my audience. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye.
Have a good night, y'all.